come back and check on it.
Stand by, the meeting is about to begin. Stand by in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the February 13th Historic Preservation Board meeting. I would like to give a warm welcome to our new members, Ms. Elizabeth Camargo and Mr. Haskell Meyer. We're pleased to have you on board. This is your first meeting, and I think it should be a good one. We have several items on the agenda that are interesting, and at this point, I don't think anything too contentious, so it should be a pretty smooth meeting for your first go-around. With that, I would just one quick announcement. We will have 6 board members today instead of 7. Ms. Weinstein-Berman is absent today. She is traveling, so we can proceed with all of the applications with the 6 members present. And before I get started on the agenda, let's turn it over to Nick Kalergis for the notice regarding lobbyist registration and the swearing in of the public.
Thank you, Debbie, and good morning to the members of the board. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board will be conducted in a hybrid format, with members of the board physically present in our temporary commission chambers and applicant staff and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting remotely, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Sure. Is that better? Okay. Okay. Well, you've heard this script before. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Before I swear in the public, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And lastly, I'd like to swear in any members of the public and staff who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, and before we get started this morning, we have a special guest. Rick Lopez is joining us via Zoom. Rick, can you raise your hand? There we go. Rick was the past chair. He was chair for, I think, 4 years, but a board member for 6 years. So, Rick, I just want to say a very well-earned and well-deserved thank you on behalf of the City of Miami Beach, on behalf of the Planning Department. We really appreciate your service and your leadership throughout these years, and it's sad to see you go, but I know you're doing amazing things, and we look forward to keeping a great relationship, not only with you, but along with the University of Miami, which I know is part of your profession and dear to your heart. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and I would like you to say a few words. I mean, you've done such a great job kind of giving the board a structure, and also with the applicants. I think what you've done over the past few years has been extremely helpful not only with efficiency, but also with the order of the board, and has been extremely beneficial to the city. So Rick, how are you
Yes.
doing?
Good morning, Debbie. Thank you for that. That was very generous. It's been a pleasure to serve in this capacity. I mean, for me, it was unexpected, and I guess I wanted to take this opportunity to thank a few people who, along the way, have helped me. Starting with my friend and colleague Win Bradley, who first opened my eyes to this opportunity, and certainly to the commissioners who have sponsored me in various efforts. But really, my fellow board members who I have learned so much from and enjoyed the company of and have admired over the years, especially just to name a few. I mean, John Stewart, who's back, is for me a great role model, and I think of such a wonderful person in general, but especially to have in this capacity on this board for this community. Kirk Pascal, whose sensitivity and attention to the nuances stemming from his passion for his community, and Nancy Liebman, who has served the city in many ways over many years, and she was someone who I got to sit next to for a long time, and certainly learned from. And really everybody and all of you on the board now, you really see how it takes a team to move this stuff forward. The Miami Beach staff, man, Debbie and Jake, you guys are amazing, and the city of Miami Beach is very lucky to have you guys. I mean, I see the way preservation boards work in many other communities, and while they all have something in common, which is that all historic preservation staffs need additional support and resources. I don't know of a single one that is fully that have all the resources that they need to do with the work they need to do. But at the same time, I don't know of another team that does as much with what they have than the Miami Beach staff. And so thank you for your continued guidance. And of course, the attorneys, starting with Eve and now Nick Kalergis, you guys have been wonderful, especially guiding me, when we transition to function as a chair and help bring another level of order to the meetings. And this stuff all happens, because there are applicants who need to continue shaping the city, whether it's a homeowner or a developer with a vision, or architects helping to shape the next chapter of the city, or their attorneys who are there to walk us through the process and arrive at an agreement. All of these applicants are the people who continue to, I think, write the next chapter for the city. And of course, maybe most importantly, is the Miami Beach community, the many active citizens who come to speak on behalf of the public, and none more so than Daniel Serraldo of MDPL. I just gotta say, you guys do a great job, and I hope you keep up the good work. The process sometimes is tedious, but it really is a reflection of our democratic values, and it's an inspiration for communities who are also facing challenges like this, balancing the continued development of their city with the preservation of their communities and their culture. So this is a very important board, and it was a pleasure to get to serve in this capacity. So thank you, Debbie. Thank you for having me, and keep up the good work, everybody.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate that. Okay. With that, we can move on to the first order of business, which is the approval of the January 9th meeting minutes. Are there any edits? Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Our next item today is the election of our chair and vice chair. This is done annually. We just heard from our past chairman. The current vice chair is Ms. Weinstein Berman, who cannot be with us today. And we kind of do this normally casually. So
I would
Any
like to make a
nominations?
motion to have John Stewart as our chair.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right. John, are you objecting to that? No, I'm okay. Okay, great. I think that's fantastic. Okay, all those in favor of Mr. Stewart being the chairman of the Historic Preservation Board?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
And now the vice chair. So Ms. Weinstein Berman is currently the vice chair. Do we have any nominations?
Can I nominate Lindsay?
Yes, you can.
I'll second Lindsay's nomination.
Okay, all those in favor?
I,
Congratulations, Ms. Lovell. You are currently our vice chair. If you want, you can switch seats, Mr. Stewart, to the chair seat, but if you want to just start this meeting out slowly, you are more than welcome to stay put. I also do want to let you know, Rick had forwarded me his structure that you are more than, I will send to you if you would like. You're the chairperson, so how we run the meeting is up to you. But I can certainly send that to you.
please do. Yes,
Okay.
no, I was impressed by that. That happened after I transitioned off the board.
Okay, very good. With that, Mr. Chair, we had a request, and this has been noted on the agenda that's posted online, that we would hear one of the discussion items first on the agenda today. And that is the discussion item regarding the Resiliency and Safe Structures Act. Just a bit of brief background for anyone watching or any board member who may not be very familiar with this. This is an act that has been proposed in both the state Senate as well as the state House of Representatives. So we are currently in the state legislative session. And this bill is going through the committee process. Since we last spoke, the bill has been amended, and I believe all of this documentation is also online for members of the public, but I had sent it to the revisions to each of the board members. The previous bill that was initially introduced by State Senator Avila was very wide-reaching. And basically what the bill said, the original version, was that any property within a historic district that is also within a FEMA flood high hazard area, including the AE and AO flood zones, would not need any additional approval for demolition. The bill also stated that the new replacement construction should also not need additional board review. Since that time, out of the House, Representative Roach proposed modifications that would limit the applicability of this demolition to properties that are in part seaward of the CCCL, which is the Coastal Construction Control Line. In Miami Beach, that is all of Ocean Drive, the east side of Collins Avenue, the entirety of the east side of Collins Avenue north of 15th Street. This current bill also has exclusions. So properties that would be excluded from this include any property that is individually listed on the National Register of Historic Places and any historic district that is listed on the National Register of Historic Places prior to 2000. City of Miami Beach has 10 individually designated National Register structures. Of those 10, 2, the Cadillac Hotel and the Fontainebleau Hotel, would be exempted, meaning they would, under the bill, go through the regular process as we do now. We have 4 National Register historic districts in the city, only one of which was listed on the National Register prior to 2000. That is the Miami Beach Architectural District, which was listed in 1979. It is more commonly referred to as the Art Deco District. So the Art Deco District would include Ocean Drive from 5th to 15th Street and portions of Collins Avenue south of 23rd Street. The National Register districts and the other local historic districts that would not be exempted and would be subject to the regulations in this bill include the Ocean Beach Historic District, the Collins Waterfront Historic District, the Morris Lapidus Mid-20th Century Historic District, and the North Shore. The North Shore Historic District, no, the North Shore would not be included because that would be west of the CCCL, but the Altos Del Mar, South Altos Del Mar Harding Town Site, which includes Ocean Terrace, that would be included. Thank you, Jake, the North Beach Resort Historic District, which is where the former Deauville was, where the Miami Beach Resort is, Casablanca. So there would be significant portions of our historic districts that this bill would be applicable to. And obviously, we are pleased with the initial revisions, which are more beneficial to the city and to our current review process, which works quite well. But I think we are still opposing the bill. We have lobbyists very active in Tallahassee. Our members of our city commission are also very active lobbying. In particular, Alex Fernandez has been in Tallahassee several times. He is continuing to not only update the public, but discuss the repercussions of a bill like this with the politicians in Tallahassee. And with that, I had sent you a similar bill last year that the city commission actually adopted a resolution opposing the bill. The city is, as a whole, is opposing the bill. And I'm available for any questions. This is obviously almost a watershed moment for the City of Miami Beach Historic Preservation. And we are very concerned about it and will continue to fight against the bill in its current form.
So just to recap a little bit, I think what I'm hearing from you is that it's really the fact that, we've got these 10 buildings, which are the historic buildings that are excluded. We have everything on the National Registry, which is, that was before 2000, is that correct? And then this, I guess the linchpin, this is my question, is these historic districts that were placed as historic districts, but only before 2000. So you're basically saying that our biggest chief concern is really these other districts, is that correct? Did I understand that?
Our concern is all of
Which
our
is a lot of buildings
because,
that are obviously
again,
inside of those districts.
correct. And our concern is more holistic because obviously the initial bill did not exclude the architectural district. We are concerned for the future and what could happen in the future if such a bill was passed. I know a lot of other coastal communities and inland communities are also very concerned in opposing this bill, even though it doesn't necessarily affect them in its current form. I think the concern is the preemption of the state of Florida over local government control of historic preservation issues, which is a very local issue. I mean, we see it every month here with residents and property owners who come before this board, right? The passion and the care they have for particular buildings in neighborhoods is a local issue. The bill is a little bit challenging for the layperson to understand, right? Because it differentiates a national register district versus a local historic district. National register districts, when they're designated, are honorific designations. you know, a sense of pride. It avails properties of certain tax benefits, but it provides no local protection, which is why, following the 1979 designation, the city of Miami Beach began local historic district designation. We have 14 local historic districts. The process of listing properties on the National Register did continue. We have the Collins Waterfront National Register District. That was actually put in place after the local district. Why was it put in place? Primarily, the reason at the time was so that property owners could take advantage of the income tax credits. And then we have the 2 National Register districts in North Beach. But the North Beach Resort Historic District is not part of a National Register district. It is a local district only. Ocean Beach, which is the south of 5th Street district, that is also not listed on the National Register of Historic Places. That is certified by the National Register of Historic Places, but it is not listed as a district. The certification, again, helps property owners avail themselves of the federal income tax credit. So we are concerned in the immediate term with those portions that are either a National Register district designated after 2000, which would include the Collins Waterfront Historic District, but also the local historic districts along the east portion of our city that aren't even covered with it by a National Register district.
So basically, what you're saying is a local historical district will now, with the current bill as it is written, would have zero protection and their classification would essentially be meaningless. Is that correct?
With regard, the current revised text, for demolition, the historic designation would basically not mean anything, right? Demolition would not require review by this board. However, the currently proposed language would require the new replacement construction to come before the Historic Preservation Board. So that's a change. But the demolition of the building would not be subject to this board's review or even a staff level review of demolition in terms of the certificate of appropriateness for demolition criteria. It would only be subject to the requirements in the Florida Building Code.
Is the reason for this list of properties you gave us to let us know that these are ones that could be?
No, that is a separate discussion item that staff had put on. That's to talk about buildings that are vacant, buildings that we are monitoring for potential demolition by neglect. But many of those buildings would not even necessarily be applicable to this current bill.
Okay.
So, of the districts that you mentioned, can you guys hear me? There we go. Of the districts that you mentioned that were not designated before 2000 or wouldn't otherwise be protected, so those are, I think there were 4 that you named that are east of the CCCL. And I was trying to catch all the details. Are they on the National Historic Register? They're just not pre-2000, or are some of them not on National Historic Register?
Some of them are, and some of them are not. The ones that are would be the Collins Waterfront Historic District, so where the Faena is, the Versailles Hotel. That is on the National Register. However, that was listed after 2000. And then we also have Ocean Terrace and what's part of the North Shore National Register District. That was also listed after 2000.
And can you
And
just
then
give
in
the
the middle,
bounds
we-
of both of those districts, just so we know exactly which bounds we're talking about? I know we're talking more or less Faena and Ocean Terrace, but specifically?
So the properties, and there's a map online. I didn't think the map, because it's in the entire city, would translate onto the screens, but it is available through your agenda, and I did email it to the board members. So the areas that would be impacted, so areas that are not part of the exclusion and are seaward of the CCCL, are the Ocean Beach Historic District. Okay. That is the south of 5th Historic District. Properties like the Savoy Hotel are located there.
And that was what, like 2004?
That was not, first of all, it's not listed on the National Register.
That's what, okay.
So Ocean Beach, number one. Then we skip over the architectural district, right? That's from 5th to about 23rd Street. North of 23rd Street, we have the Collins Waterfront Local Historic District and National Register District. That would be impacted by this bill. All of the properties on the east side of Collins Avenue, the oceanfront properties. North of the Collins Waterfront Historic District, we have the Morris Lapidus mid-20th century Historic District. That would be impacted with the exception of the Fontainebleau Hotel, because the Fontainebleau is individually designated. North of the Morris Lapidus District, again on the east side of Collins Avenue, we have the North Beach Resort Historic District, which would be impacted by this bill, not on the National Register of Historic Places, just a local historic district. And then to the north of that, we have the Ocean Terrace properties, which are part of the North Shore National Register District, again, not listed prior to 2000. It is complicated and it's difficult. You know, I think one of the challenges is it's a difficult narrative to explain to people because there is so much technical information there.
And will you be able to presumably next month give us an update as this changes, as the legislature's still in session?
Yeah, and I don't know, Nick, do you have any updates of where this is in the committee process?
I believe there is a hearing scheduled for tomorrow morning before the, hang on one second and I'll tell you, the Senate Rules Committee. So it's up for a committee vote tomorrow. And let me see when the next vote is on the House bill. It's pending before the State Affairs Committee, but I don't see a date. It's tomorrow. The State Affairs Committee is also tomorrow? Okay, so both hearings are tomorrow.
And after that point, they go, what happens after these committee
Once they're
hearings?
through all of, once the bills have received hearings before all the committees that they've been assigned to, then they
Right.
would presumably go before each full House for a vote. But
Right.
you know, last year, through a very effective lobbying effort, the bill never reached the floor in one of the houses. I don't know if that will be as lucky this year, but there are still steps to go.
Thank you.
Now, the board I know the board has in the past taken a position against similar bills. If you'd like, you could adopt a motion reaffirming your opposition to this and similar legislation, and we would transmit that to the city commission.
Yeah. Okay, no, definitely. I think we're definitely up for that, and that's very important. Yeah, go ahead, Lindsay.
I just have one further question. I know this is available on the planning website, but in case you know, the Collins Waterfront, do you know when that was designated? Because that's the only one that was designated but falls outside the 2000 deadline. Thank you very much.
And on this topic, Daniel, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. I wanted to welcome all the new members as well. I'm actually going from here to the airport to Tallahassee. Tomorrow we have, I don't like to make historical jokes, but so maybe I won't make an Al Capone joke about Valentine's Day tomorrow, but let's just say we're going to have two very important meetings where a lot of our historic buildings are at risk. Hopefully nobody will label it as a massacre, but it feels like that sometimes. So I wanted to mention just a couple brief things. First is that I met with everyone really involved in the legislation. Nobody has any clue about the details of the legislation. It was written by some outside group. You can read the Herald about kind of what's behind it. But to one of the board members' points, there's no mention even of local historic districts. So it really is sort of this attempt to say, no, you can't have any historic preservation in your city. And so I did want to thank the city for all their hard work and all the other stakeholders involved. One thing I do want to say is that if this does continue without being amended, it is likely going to end up in court, because you can't make a law that's arbitrary, capricious, and punitive. And we as MDPL believe that the law as currently written is that. There are federal guidelines. There's a National Preservation Act, which this law we believe is a violation of. And even just the fact that the coastal construction line, that now they're basing it off, there isn't one in Key West, there isn't one in half of the state, but they're trying to use something that was meant to limit development to now say you could have unlimited development at the highest level possible. Then when you add in the live local, or as some of us call the live loco, the way that was written without any planning expertise, we really see what could happen, whether it's to the Cleveland or the Faina District or North Beach. So we are very concerned. What our hope is that this board would support the amendments that we've been advocating for, which is to clarify that this would not apply to buildings that are just simply non-conforming to new construction FEMA code. Architects in the audience will know, and up on the board, that that's a great incentive for our historic buildings, is you can repair them without having to elevate it in the air. And the first thing this bill does is label all of our historic buildings as automatically non-conforming and unsafe. We think that that removes an incentive for our historic buildings. And so we really think that this bill is a matter of clarifying the language, removing the non-conforming qualification, removing the other second qualification is if your building has been considered unsafe by a building official, which many of us know. If you have an electrical issue or your toilet's not working, you can get flagged. We don't think that should categorize for automatic demolition of a landmark. And then third is we believe that this bill's intent is buildings that are ordered to be demolished by the building official due to safety issues. And we cannot disagree with that. If there's a safety issue for a building, we understand, and the building official says it has to go, then it has to go. But just that clarification to focus it on unsafe structures would go a long way, would avoid the costly court that may come next, and would save the preservation of our neighborhood. So thank you for all you're doing, and we'll keep you posted as the bloodbath continues.
Thank-
Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, question, yeah. Question
Okay,
for
I have
Daniel.
a question, thought, suggestion, however you want to take it. You talked about, it applying to unsafe structures where the building official orders it to be, so you're talking about a demolition order has already been issued because, for example, sometimes an unsafe structure or a building will be declared an unsafe structure, but then that building will provide engineering reports saying that we've shored it, we can take care of it, and then that stays off. So I just want to make sure that we're not saying the minute it's declared an unsafe structure that it has to go, more that it goes through the process, and then if that's the case, then it cannot be shored up, and no one wants to, because that also happens, right? I unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. That's what we're saying is
Okay.
that anyone who's been to the Miami-Dade County Unsafe Structures Board, you see that there's so many buildings that go through the process for a variety of reasons. And the way this lobbyist-written bill was designed was basically to say, oh, all of those could just become vacant lots for sale to the highest bidder, which you all know in Miami Beach, we've really pushed back against speculation, at least in our historic districts. DRB is another story, but you guys are HPB, and so we want to make sure we keep that economic engine of our city strong and we maintain local control.
Okay, great. So should we see if there's a motion to recommend a statement?
And I think the motion would be to transmit the board, to reaffirm the board's opposition to this or similar legislation that limits the city and the HPB's authority to protect and promote the resiliency of historic buildings.
Lindsay?
I mean, I was going to make a motion,
Okay.
but
Do you,
right. So I will echo what Nick said, that we reiterate our concern or our opposition to this Ernie bill that's taking away the local control as it pertains to these historic districts. I have a question or a comment about my motion. I don't know if we want to encourage further development with the experts on this. I agree with Debbie in the sense that this is kind of off the motion, but I agree with Debbie in the sense that I'm happy that there's been some steps taken to recognize not just individually designated buildings, but National Register Historic Districts as well. Of course, only prior to 2000. I don't really understand that arbitrary cutoff, so there's that. But even still, we have other districts that I'm concerned about that even if we shifted, even if it was nationally registered historic district, we still have at least one that is east of CCCL that is problematic as far as the bill is currently written. So my comment in this is that I like what Nick is saying, and I want to be firm, but I also would like to encourage collegial discussion rather than just, two heads going like this. So, we appreciate the thought and care that's gone into, changes to the bill over the last few years. We still oppose the removal of local control, but we encourage further discussion with all of the stakeholders involved to come up with something that is appropriate for us. And I'm willing to defer to some finesse on that. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, I think that that's good. So the motion would be to reaffirm the limitation on local control, the previous resolution, the board to reaffirm that we are in opposition of the bill, but to also recognize the work that has gone into the current language and to urge the legislature to reach out to the stakeholders and continue to refine that language so that it is beneficial to all communities.
Second. Is there a second? Or a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that passes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel, for all your hard work. Safe travels to
Yeah,
Tallahassee.
safe travels, Daniel.
Okay, and I apologize to the application for continuance. I meant to get to that first, but this was a great discussion, so hopefully everyone enjoyed listening. We do have one request for continuance this morning. That's HPB 230590. These are the citywide digital information kiosks. These are kiosks within the public right-of-way that will contain information, directory-type information, and special notices from the city, but will also contain advertising. We have been working with the applicant and the city, because the city is a co-applicant here, to refine the design for the board members who weren't privy to the previous discussion. The team is now looking at creating a more unique design. They have hired an architect. Staff has discussed the project with them. They do need some more time to submit plans, so those plans will be available for the public. I believe they just recently submitted the plans, but they haven't been available to the public. So we are requesting that this application be continued to the March 12th meeting so that the public has time to review the newly submitted plans, and we can have a robust discussion at the March meeting. I see the applicant, Emily Balter, is here. If you would like to hear from her.
Yes, please, Emily.
Good morning, Emily Balter, Burkhardt L. Fernandez, Larkin and Tappanes, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. As Debbie noted, we've retained an architect to help us with a unique, iconic Miami Beach-only design. We've resubmitted plans for staff's consideration, and we're hoping to come before you all in March.
Okay. And staff has no objection. This is a request for continuance, so we'll open up to the public.
Can I ask a question of the city?
Yes.
Can you give us a little bit of an update on your conversations in terms of guidelines, direction on those design guidelines, perhaps? Kind of what your initial observations are, potential opportunities to have something that is unique, that reflects our character, reflects our history, and that is not soulless and, like any other city.
Yeah, so I don't want to get too much into, because I have, seen the updated drawings, which were, not before you today. So I don't want to get too much into it because we need to give members of the public opportunity to talk. But I mean, the board also issued, some specific direction, with regard to, for instance, the color. We had that very strong contrast of kind of the white silvery box with the black framing. So those types of things we're looking at. When staff looks at infrastructure, which is kind of what this is, right? Like the bus shelters, like the light poles, like the telecom poles that are popped everywhere. It's a balance of making something that is elegant and attractive and unique without overshadowing our real gems. This has been staff's opinion with a lot of the infrastructure. So do you create something that is really infrastructure that is going to be so bold and so much of a design feature that it actually takes away from the district? So that's how we've been working with the applicant. They have gone through a design process. They're going to present that to you at March. We've been looking at color. We've been looking at shapes. Something that would be an elevated design, but yet not too tipping the scale where it would be a distraction.
I guess one of my central concerns is the consistency across the city. I think that there are many infrastructure, many amenities like this. We can call them wayfinding, we can call them bus shelters, we can call it sidewalks, we can call it signage, we can call it advertising panels. And I think from my perspective, and the reason I'm saying this is because I want to give the applicant, ample opportunity to earn my vote. I want to see that this project adequately, is coherent with that brand strategy for the city of Miami Beach. I don't like to see things that are haphazard, that look like a patchwork. I don't think that's what the city is about. I think we have to be very mindful of branding, iconography, font, color, scale, history. So anyway, that's just my take.
Anybody else have any?
Currently, I've been up and down Biscayne Boulevard, and you've got a whole bunch of these signs up and down Biscayne Boulevard, and a lot of them are right next to bus shelters. So apparently, in the city of Miami Beach, you're not allowed to do that for whatever reason the contract is with the bus shelter vendors. But I've actually gotten out and played around with them and seen what all they do offer. So I think that they can be a benefit, and I understand why our previous commission did vote to do this. And as long as you keep going in the proper direction, I think you're going to be okay.
Lindsay?
Somewhat of a piece of feedback. To the extent you can work with the city to make this a consolidation of some of the signage. Strangely enough, one of my neighbors who lives here part-time, we walked to dinner the other day and commented on how you can't walk down the sidewalks, and I've heard this before because there's too many signs blocking the sidewalk. These are on the more narrow sidewalks. That's not where you guys are looking to be, but the point is, to the extent where we could consolidate some things, that would be wonderful to see too. And I think you guys are considering that anyways, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, are there any members of the public wishing to comment? Okay, seeing none, so staff has no objection to the request for continuance to the March meeting. Do we have a motion?
I'll move it to be continued.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, see you in March. Thank you. Okay, our next application is HPB 230603. This is 1350 Michigan Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of an attached addition and variances from the required setbacks lot coverage, and open space requirements.
Thanks, Debbie. The existing single-family home was constructed in 1936 and was recently renovated. The applicant is requesting approval for the construction of an attached two-story addition at the rear of the site. Staff is supportive of the design as well as the placement of the modest addition along the alley, which will have the least impact on the contributing home. The application is also requesting 4 variances. The first variance is to exceed by 6.1% the maximum lot coverage of 30%. If the home was located outside of a local historic district, up to a maximum of 40% lot coverage could be approved as an incentive to retain the home. The second variance is for the addition to follow the existing 5-foot 8-inch setback of the home, where 7 feet 6 inches is required. Again, if the home was located outside of a local historic district, the 2-story extension of the home would not require a variance as an incentive to retain the home. The last 2 variances are related to the placement of the addition within the required rear yard. Variance 3 is to reduce the rear setback to 5 feet, where 22 feet 6 inches is required, and the last variance is to reduce by 5.6% the minimum rear yard open space, where 70% is required. Staff would note that within this single-family neighborhood, all of the homes have access to an alley, and most of the homes on this block have encroachments as close as 5 feet to the alley. Additionally, the existing home has a large 50-foot front setback, reducing the area for new construction. Staff believes that the placement of the home along the alley is the most appropriate solution, and finds that the existing unique site conditions, including the large front setback, alley access, and the retention of the contributing home, create practical difficulties warranting the granting of the variances, and we are recommending approval.
Any questions for staff? Particular? Okay.
Okay, with that, we can turn it over to the applicant. Neil, Deputy?
Good morning. I'd like to start by thanking all the members of the board for the opportunity to present this proposal for a rear yard addition to 1350 Michigan Avenue, a contributing structure. I'd also like to thank senior staff for their ongoing support and guidance. My name's Neil Deputy. Pardon me. I live at 1446 Jefferson Avenue, and I am the architect that prepared the plans and also the applicant slash representative for Marcelo and Karina Trovato, the current owners of 1350 Michigan Avenue. I'm glad they could be here today. We'd hope their 3 sons could join us, but they're either in bed ill or they're out working. They're all of adult age, so we'll have to make do. I'd like to speak briefly just about the 3 main points as I see them with respect to this proposal. The first one is how we got here. The second is the building design itself, and the third is stewardship. The Trovato family own and operate their own business here in Miami Beach and intended to move here. They are all adults, so they needed a house of 4 bedrooms, but they purchased the residence at 1350 because it was probably affordable and well located, but it only had 3 bedrooms. They anticipated that they could build a rear yard addition because all of the surrounding 5 properties already had rear yard additions, all of them to within 5 feet of the property line. So, believing that they could do this, they purchased the house, and it wasn't until later that they understood that any modification to the site or the land, because it was an historic structure, came under the purview of the Historic Preservation Board. At this point, we do hope that you will receive the proposal favorably. If the proposal is denied, they'll need to sell the house at 1350 and find something else with 4 bedrooms. They are currently living in Homestead. They've owned the new home on Michigan Avenue for 9 months, but they have not moved in, owing primarily to the uncertainties that surround any application for variances or design appropriateness. And that's the reason we're here today. Point 2, I'd like to talk a little bit about the design of the building. That thing moves fast. What we've done with the massing of the addition is to make it as small as possible. We've done this by lowering the floor level to 7 feet 4 inches instead of the base flood elevation plus 1 foot to 9 feet. The building official has approved this, so we gain, or actually lose, 18 inches in height. In addition, we are incorporating ceiling heights which are more appropriate to the scale of the rooms themselves. So in lieu of the 24 feet which are allowable, our building is 21, 2.5 inches tall. So we gain another 2 feet 9 inches, which means our building will in fact be close to 4.5 feet lower than it could be by right, and will be invisible from Michigan Avenue. You'll also notice that we have moved the addition to the north. This creates a garden space, which was heretofore lacking in the original design, which has no real address to the exterior, or to the landscape. This will allow us to have a patio, a garden area, and a place where we can plant some trees that we need to use for mitigation. Backyard is currently home to a jumble of coconut palms, which must be very old. They've been growing horizontally for a while, and there's really no place back there. There's not even a door from the back of the house to the backyard. It really serves no purpose at this point. Third point is, we're touching the existing historic residence very lightly. The only demolition we're proposing is an opening large enough for a door at the end of a hallway. One then enters a breezeway that's only 1 story tall with doors on each side. So although the primary volume of the addition is 2 stories, a low 2 stories, it's only 1 story as it attaches to the historic residence. As far as the materiality of the structure, we will be using reinforced concrete and stucco, which is sort of native to the area and is a match to the existing residence. We'll also be using punched openings, as you'll see in the original building at 1350 Michigan Avenue. However, instead of the regularized punches that we see on 1350, we have worked to size and locate our doors and windows in a fashion that is more appropriate and functional to the spaces that they serve. We propose no roof terrace. We propose no mechanical equipment on the roof. Finally, the wood louvers. We have looked for an element that would operate as a second level of scale, a smaller scale than the concrete structure itself. And we actually borrowed from the original house, circa 1949, the wood louvers. We're using the wood louvers to screen the open parking area for scooters and bicycles from anyone in the garden. We're using it as guardrails for the balcony above. We're using the same louvered wood for sunscreens for the southern-facing glazing, as well as a screen for the outdoor shower. That basically is how the design came about. And I think the Travatos are happy with the work that we've done together. And I hope that you will be equally pleased. The last thing I'd like to address is stewardship. And I've lived in Miami Beach for 30 years, and I'm a preservationist. I did my first work with MDPL in 1997. I love this neighborhood. I live in Flamingo Park, and it hurts me when I drive by a building that has been neglected or has deteriorated, ignored, where the landscape is in disarray, where it's clearly deteriorating. You know, it's like one bad building can ruin the whole block. Not necessarily true, but the Travatos own and self-operate 3 multifamily buildings in South Beach. That is their family business. And I would invite you to go and have a look at 1510 Jefferson, 1550 Meridian, and 2905 Sheridan. As a family business, they take care of these buildings in a way which makes my heart warm. And I have no doubt that they will lavish the same kind of care in taking care of 1350 Michigan Avenue as a contributing structure. No doubt in my mind whatsoever.
Thank you. Are you finished your presentation, Mr. Deputy? Or were you just pausing?
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, please.
I've been fortunate to get to know the Travatos through this process, and they are the finest neighbors that anyone could really ask to have. They live 1350 is 3 blocks from me. They are incredibly conscientious. They are extremely neighborly. They've gone out of their way to introduce themselves to everyone on the block. And they are extremely hardworking, taking care of the buildings that they do. And they are vested, obviously, in the community very deeply. I would love to have the neighbors, love to have them as neighbors. I believe that they'll be an excellent addition to our fair city, and I hope that you will join me in welcoming them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. And do you do disclosures first on the board, and then? Okay.
First, if there's, does any board member have questions for the
Questions?
architect?
I do. Why wasn't the new structure more integrated with the existing structure? In other words, what I'm looking at is you're building a 30-plus foot structure, 5 feet from the property line on the backside, and that's concerning to me. I don't want to see homes start popping up left and right, and I sympathize with your position 100%, and I understand where you're coming from. However, I don't want to see the city start developing homes that are so close to the property line, even though we have an alley behind it. I don't want to be driving down concrete jungles here. So a 30-foot structure with a 5-foot setback, which is the width of this area, 30 feet tall, I have a concern about that. So my question to you is, why haven't you integrated the new structure with the existing structure?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Before you answer that, just are we going to try to continue the method that we had in the past? So maybe we'll gather all the questions and then you can kind of approach them as you wish.
I'm pretty flexible.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, so my question would be, and if they're in here and I haven't seen them, just point them out to me. I know you're here seeking a variance both on the back side and on the north side. Do you have any sort of letters of support or anything from your neighbors? Obviously, they were notified, but we try to encourage the properties coming before us to interact with their neighbors to make sure that we don't have someone showing up who's unhappy about this later on. So if you've got something like that, if you've already had that kind of communication, we'd love to hear about it. Again, we're going to take all the questions and then come back to you, but that's my question.
Anybody else have a question to add?
My question was hers, exactly. Have you
Okay.
talked to the next door neighbor? That's always the concern. You've said that they've been really friendly with all the neighbors and whatnot, but you haven't actually said, oh, here's a letter from the very next door neighbor that says they're thrilled.
Okay, and Elizabeth?
You know, I would just like you to, if you could expand on your design choices from the aesthetic standpoint, like you have a round window, and how do you see your new structure somewhat relating or not to the existing home?
What's that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you were a little, yeah, you got to pull a little bit closer. Yeah. Did you hear that? Mr. Deputy, did you hear that question as well?
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't hear the last one. I'm sorry.
I will repeat. So I would like you to expand on your design decisions from an aesthetic point of view. Like you have a round window, so how did you choose the design elements you incorporated in the new structure as they relate or not to the existing structure?
Thank you.
Is that right?
I believe that the initial question had to do with the 5-foot setback. I believe that it would be depriving the Travatos of the rights that the other surrounding buildings share. I also believe that the 22.5-foot setback that is by ordinance was created primarily for blocks without an alley. And I may be correct there, but that's what I have heard. A 5-foot setback with no alley, obviously 10 feet apart, is a little daunting. But with the 20-foot alley and the 5-foot setback, you know, the closest building is the back of, I forget the number on Lenox, but they're 30 feet apart. And that, I believe, is enough to breathe. And I don't see the 5-foot setback as a problem. Does that respond to your question?
It does. My other concern is when you're adding, I think your footprint is about 500 or 600 square feet, correct?
600,
Roughly about 600 square feet. So now what we're adding is that much more impervious land, right?
Pardon, sir?
Impervious, right, for runoff. How are you going to treat that?
Treat the runoff?
Uh-huh.
By ordinance, we need 30% open space. We're at 36%. So we are close, but it may mean burying a cistern to take additional runoff. It may mean some stormwater retention on site that could be part of a landscape program. I think there's a number of creative ways that additional runoff might be handled.
Have you provided that in your proposal yet?
I'm sorry, sir. My hearing, I'm congenitally deaf, so it's difficult for me. If you could ask, with full respect, if you could ask again, I'd be appreciative.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
He couldn't hear
Have
you.
you provided that in your proposal? as to how to collect?
As far as the additional runoff,
Yeah.
in the proposal, not yet. This
Okay.
is mostly, it's obviously an important aspect of the design, but one that would be approached in the construction drawings portion of the project, in my opinion.
Okay, so the other questions were the questions about the neighbors, letters from the neighbors, whether you had any letters, and then we had a question about the design choices in the new construction.
What did the neighbors have to think of it?
I think the question was whether you had letters of support from neighbors.
Well, Mrs. Teitelbaum, the next door neighbor, was going to be here, but she is of an age that she doesn't travel well. There are a number of senior citizens, like myself, that live on the block, and Marcelo, being in the building industry, is, he helps his neighbors take care of things. If they have a problem, they'll call him. I've been at their house twice when Mrs. Teitelbaum came over and brought them some candy, pastry, for something they had done for her, some small lack that she had a problem with, at her house. So we have contacted every neighbor on the block, not all 42 on the list of mail-outs, because the property itself does, in fact, face Flamingo Park. And again, I think you raised an important point, because the fact that it does face Flamingo Park makes it even more important that it not be visible. I'm not saying it's going to be an ugly thing to look at. I kind of like it, but it won't be visible from Flamingo Park, and I think that's an important point to raise. And yes, we've been in touch with every neighbor. We have not brought letters of support, but we have heard nothing negative about the project.
Did you want to ask your question again, Elizabeth? Are you okay with, or we had a question about the design of the design choices that you made with the new addition. And a question, if you could talk about your choice of a circular window, what inspired that, maybe there were other things.
No, I think John summarized my question properly. I just would like to understand a little better how you came up with the design of the structure, please.
The question was how you came.
I'm completely deaf, and I'm not used to your face. Could I get you to ask the question again?
Sure, my pleasure. So I was asking about your design choices for the new structure, because the new structure is somewhat different from the existing house. You have a circular window, a flat roof. So how did you come up with that design given the existing house?
What was the last part of the sentence?
How did you come up with the new design given the design of the existing structure?
How did we come up with the louvers?
Not only, no, not the louvers, the design in general.
The design in general.
Correct.
Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy.
You have to be on the mic.
The design in general began with a meeting with staff at City Hall to understand what were the implications of any design that could happen in the rear yard. It comes from a study of the ordinance, which I'm fairly familiar with as an architect, what's possible, what's not. I worked very closely with the Travatos, Marcelo, who, like I, is in property and building. Karina had a career in fashion design. As a team, we worked very well to satisfy their functional needs, as well as what we thought would be an aesthetic complement to the existing historic residence. We must have looked at more options than most buildings that I can remember designing. But I think it pays off because we have a plan that's extremely efficient. We have a bedroom, bath, and closet upstairs for mom and dad. Downstairs, we have a family room, which is missing from the existing one-story house. And we have a place that they can keep their bikes and scooters that are out of the way and invisible. So the program is pretty limited. It's a very small building, and I think that is in large part how we came upon the design, simply through iteration, reiteration, thinking about how one moves through the building and, you know, how can we get a garden space into this site, et cetera, et cetera. Does that respond to your question?
Yes, thank you.
Daniel Seraldo asked me to read his recommendation because he can't be here right now.
We're going to get to disclosures. I believe we've all received an email from Daniel Seraldo with his recommendations. And as part of our disclosures, we would regularly.
Correct.
Right, and so for the benefit of the new board members, and just as a refresher, any written communications that board members receive about individual applications should be forwarded to staff. And then this is the point in the hearing where board members can disclose if you had any other ex parte communications with the applicant, with neighbors, with any other third party regarding this application. Okay, seeing no disclosures?
Okay, with that, we can open up the public hearing, public comment portion of the hearing. Anyone in the audience, please come forward. Mr. Chair, I do see we have someone on Zoom with her hand raised. Iris Frost. Good morning, Ms. Frost.
Ms. Frost, do you
Good
swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I am a neighbor. I live on 14th in Michigan, and I hate the idea of speaking against a neighbor. I have met the new owners of the 1350 property on Michigan, and he seems like a very nice man. However, the idea that over the years the board has been extremely resistant to expanding what these were originally beach cottages. And the idea of building, you know, an addition that's 2 stories, it seems like it's out of character for the neighborhood, for the original intent of the property. And unfortunately, if it wasn't big enough for the family that purchased it, they probably should have found another property rather than trying to now increase the size and get too close to the alley and not have enough green space. I know many of my neighbors have come up with the same problems over the years. And, you know, I would just encourage the board not to rebuild these cottages. So thank you for listening. And again, I don't mean to be unneighborly.
We have a question for you, Ms. Frost. Lindsay?
Yes,
Ms. Frost, can you tell us your address, please?
1418 Michigan.
Thank you.
Any comment? Is there any more public?
Seeing none on Zoom, no one in the audience, we can close the public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Board members, so in the past, we've gone through in order, like in a row, to make sure we catch everybody, but I'm happy if somebody wants to jump in. Ray, go for it.
Okay, one of the things that I noticed that whenever we look at something regarding historic preservation and we talk about additions, the additions are never there to match exactly what there was before. We're not trying to recreate something that is already there. We're trying to decide, does it blend in and does it match? Today, everything is all about light and windows. In the old days, windows broke, so they were smaller. Now everybody wants larger windows, open space, and all of that. So I certainly understand why you designed it the way you did. And I think that's one of the things that we as a board have to look at, is what do people want today, and how does it fit and blend into the neighborhood? I don't think that we've done enough discussion on what variances that you've asked for on this process for me to vote yes or no right now. So I think you need to discuss that more. Thank you.
All right, Haskell, would you like to go?
I do have an additional comment and a question, if I may. I had asked you previously whether you had contemplated adding the addition to the existing structure. You currently have a 150-foot deep property, and you're suggesting to add an addition that extends all the way to the rear of the property within 5 feet of the setback. So my question to you is, have you considered adding the addition to the existing structure? Because the current owners, as I understand, as I read the information packet, are not currently living there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so have you considered adding the addition to the existing structure?
To the front of the property?
To the existing structure?
Attach it instead of having a
No, adding a second, the current structure is a single-story house. Have you considered adding a second story to it?
We have not. It has a pitched roof. It would have to be re-engineered. We would lose, it survives almost exactly as it was built, and that's rare. Part of the hardship involved in this project is that the house itself has a 50-foot front setback.
Correct.
I mean, it's only required to have 20. So the house got moved back 30 feet. They built a one-story house, which is sprawling, and leaving this precious little space in the rear. To add anything, we certainly don't contemplate adding anything in the front.
Please please try to stay on the mic, just so we can hear you.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you.
Yeah, we could barely hear you. Sorry, you just that last little bit. You just kind of started swaying away.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate the comment. This property was fully gut renovated about, I want to say, 2 to 3 years ago. And all the pitched roofs were turned into cathedral ceilings. So they are, there's a better feeling of space in the existing one-story house. But to add a second story, it removes all of those and, leaves us with something that I don't think would be personally appropriate to face Flamingo Park or Michigan Avenue.
Haskell, are you okay?
I did. I'm just looking at the survey, and I'm looking at all the potential possibilities, and I'm just not comfortable with extending a building all the way back to the property line, within 5 feet of the property line. When you have 50-foot setback, you can be within the front setback. You could incorporate another structure around the existing structure, put the access on the back. I think there are a number of other possibilities to alleviate the hardship that these folks have by adding a second story to the structure and not imposing such a large structure on the property on the backside. If you drive down that street and you see, it's not consistent. It's not compatible with the rest of the structures, what you're proposing. And I like your structure. I like your design. I think it's a very elegant design. However, I just don't like the way it's sitting within the property, and that entire 30-foot tall building on the backside of the property. I just don't think it's compatible with its surroundings.
Thank
I
you.
understand. I would like to say if we stayed within the required 22.5-foot setback, we'd be left with 17.5 feet to build. and you subtract the block on both sides, and you're down to 15 feet. And then you subtract the setbacks from the existing house, and you've got this, sort of sliver to work with, in which you've got to add a stair. And we have looked at many options. I'd be happy to share them with you at some time. We have worked closely with staff. I think we had 3 pre-application conferences, because it's kind of a difficult nut to crack. And I hear what you're saying about the 5-foot setback and the 2 stories. Part of the reason that we located the mass of the building to the north is because the rear yard addition to the north is 2 stories. It doesn't have a lot of windows, but we're not blocking anything from their side because we're going to be lower. They have 2 stories and a pitched roof. If you look at the photograph of where you enter the alley, you can see that both buildings' rear yard setbacks are 2 stories. If you look at the slide that's up, most of these, except for just the garage, are 2 stories. Even some of the garages have granny flats and are 2 stories. We have tried to take what is perhaps a larger mass and to break it down into smaller pieces using scale, size of windows, louvers, and to make it compatible not only with the house itself, but with the neighborhood.
I thank you. This is really board comment. This is the time for us to talk to each other. Obviously you can ask anybody to come back or whatever, but this is really our time to kind of have this conversation together. So, can we move on to Ray? Did you have one other thing?
Just that,
Go for
if
it.
I'm looking at having an addition on the front of the house, hiding what was originally there, but fits within the guidelines of what's acceptable, I'd much rather have something in the back on an alley that isn't going to be so objectionable to somebody going up and down the street. I mean, life is full of trade-offs, but sometimes you don't want what is allowed smack in your face when there's another option that keeps the front the way it is, the way it's been, and something else is behind. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to add to what Ray just said. Yes, I think if our intent is to preserve the neighborhood within its character, they chose the right place to put the addition, because you're not disturbing the street view and the relationship of the property with the park and the main street. And given the fact that there are other properties that have additions to the back, and given the fact that you have the 20-foot alley there, and if you think about if there were no alley, you would have a much narrower distance between your property and the neighboring. I think that was a good solution for the given problem.
Thank you. Brian?
I guess I would just ask some of the architects, maybe John, you could give us a little input here.
Okay.
I'm just curious, because we've been talking about kind of around the idea that there were other options and that they weren't pursued, and I know Haskell had some questions on that too. So I'm just curious, from your point of view, like as an expert in this, are there other options that we're not thinking about with back and front, or is it too costly, I guess, to?
Well, okay, I can weigh in here because I think that it's appropriately placed
it'd be
in the
helpful
back,
to have
and
some
sure,
architects.
and that it has, I think the primary historic fabric of the house
Is the facade.
is the facade and the front, and that there's a deep setback, as has been mentioned, and that deep setback kind of gives you a very tight area to work with in the back, and I agree that there could be more done in terms of how water's managed on the site, because this is really kind of something that we may see more of as the environment changes. But I do think that with this kind of the way it lines up on the north side is appropriate. The way it looks out and kind of sets back, it being this addition, kind of sets back and looks onto the patio. I find it to be you know, a very logical solution to a challenging problem, one that primarily is to keep the historic building as free and clear of any anything that would not allow for the public to enjoy it. So I kind of believe that the staff, the work that had been done with the staff on this was very good, and I felt it was appropriate. But Lindsay, or Brian, go ahead. You just. Did you have anything you wanted to say?
No, I mean, that's super helpful. I'm just, on this one, I'm having a little bit trouble because I know there are so many restrictions where it feels like we don't have that many degrees of freedom here. And some other cases, I feel like there's more creativity. And so I was just very curious to hear from, you know, from an architect's standpoint.
I'd like to add to John's
Thank you.
answer. One of the options would be putting a second story. And probably if they put the second story, most of the variances will disappear. But then if you're trying to keep the character of the neighborhood, putting a second story, I think, would be the worst solution. So given the
Agreed.
pros and cons on each option.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah,
So,
go ahead.
Mr. and Mrs. Travato, thank you so much for coming. I also live in Flamingo Park. I am up and down Michigan quite regularly. I also took a look at the other properties your architect mentioned. They do appear, at least from Google Maps, that's all I have available to me today, to be well maintained. So I do applaud and appreciate your efforts there. I've said this before, I will say it again. I would have liked to have seen letters of support, and I know staff gives that recommendation to everyone. Even if your neighbor couldn't be here, a letter from your northernmost neighbor, the one that's probably going to be the most affected by this, saying, I have the same structure in the back of my yard, and I support this, and I really like my neighbors. I think they're going to be good stewards. That's very helpful to us. I'm not saying that I won't support this absent that, because I'm going to take you at your word that you have your support of your neighbors, but I want to see that, and I say that today not just for your benefit, but for anybody else who comes before us on these single-family homes seeking these rear accessory structures and seeking the variances especially for these accessory structures. I want to see that, and if I don't see that from here on out, I can't say blanket statement, but I probably wouldn't support one. I'm putting that out there. As to the variances, so we had one neighbor call in who was not in support of this, and I asked for her address specifically so I could find out where she was. I wasn't sure if it was the next door neighbor who's saying they don't support this, the one that's just to the north of you that's, again, most affected. She's actually on the other side of 14th, a few houses down, and she actually has an accessory structure that sits right on the alley. Now, I think whether it's original or
2 stories.
contemporary, it's a two-story accessory structure on the back. I don't know if it's original, but it's certainly old, so it's not brand new. So perhaps she purchased it with that structure on the property, but it does exist. Obviously, they've presented to us that their neighbors all have these structures. I've been looking at that while we're having this presentation. And then to, is it Elizabeth? Sorry. Yes. Thank you. I just want to make sure I had it right. To Elizabeth's comment, I agree. While you could, potentially add a second story to the existing structure, I think that takes away from the character and kind of runs in the face of everything that we're trying to do here. And I also appreciate that setting it back towards the alley, as you're telling us, preserves the sightlines. So when I'm driving down Michigan or walking down Michigan or riding my bike down Michigan, I see the structure that exists preserved and maintained, and I'm not looking at a two-story imposing structure, which is, to an extent, out of character for that neighborhood largely. So those are my comments. Thank you. One more thing, if you don't mind. Sorry, a couple of things I wanted to mention, and I know Jake said this, but I just want to bring it back up. So variance 1 relates to the proposed lot coverage. And so their proposed lot coverage is 36.1. If they were outside of a historic district, they'd been entitled to 40% in order to maintain the structure as an incentive to retain the home. So, I find that they're well within that, and so I appreciate that. And then the north property line, the setback there that they're seeking a variance on, which I find to be the most imposing, right? Because that's the one abutting the neighbor's property, as opposed to the alley. I'm not as concerned by the alley, personally. And that one, again, if it was outside a historic district, they would be able to take advantage of the incentives to retain the home and have that 5.8 or 5.8, 5'8" inch setback rather than this required, what is it, 7.2, I believe, if they were outside of a historic district. So I find that I'm in support of those two. And we already talked about the required rear yard and whatnot, but I just wanted to point those two things out for the benefit of the board one more time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, and I'll just reiterate that I thought that I really appreciated the staff kind of laying out the variances really thoroughly, and I hope we just keep doing that because I think that's so important, like exactly how this works and why you're supporting these particular variances. And I was, and I also subscribe to your notion that the large front setback and the alley access weren't granting the variances 3 and 4, and that you're finding that the retention of this contributing home, which is a very beautiful structure, provides the practical difficulties that we need. So I really appreciated that, and I just find the kind of simplicity and straightforwardness of this, of what they're trying to do on this site to be interesting, and I would support it. And I also appreciated the comments about how water is being, and the pavers and the way water is being or not being moved on the site. And I was wondering whether that's something that whether the staff would be able to work with the applicant on mitigation. What? Okay. All right. But I just was making sure that.
Yes, the
that-
code actually requires pervious pavement.
Yes.
And we do review those details once final material selections are made at the time of the building permit.
Okay. Fantastic.
And the building code is going to require, I don't know if it's the building code, apologize if I'm incorrect,
Yes,
but I know
Debbie.
our regulations do require all stormwater to be managed on site. That is something that will be reviewed in excruciating detail at the building permit process.
Yes, it's the Florida Building Code that requires that, and they probably will need a civil engineer plan showing how they are retaining 100% of the water runoff within the site.
All right. So with that,
John,
yeah,
since
go
you
ahead.
can't make a
Go ahead.
motion.
Yes. Oh, I can't. No, I wasn't going to. I was
Since you
going to
can't make a
ask.
motion, I motion that we accept this proposal as it was presented. You have shown, in my opinion, a great amount of detail, keeping the main building, the setback, the view from Flamingo Park. I think that anything in the back, and nobody's gonna be walking up and down the alley and saying, oh gee, I mean, the alley's for the use of the owners of those properties to get in and out. So I think you've done absolutely the best job that you can, so I vote to support this as presented.
I'll second that.
I just had a
Yeah,
question.
Go ahead.
So I believe we have to make two, we have to have two motions. So
We
one
do.
is to approve the project, the design, and one is to approve the variances.
Can we do all the variances together?
So which one are you doing?
The design, I thought you.
Thank you.
So this first motion is on the certificate of appropriateness.
Exactly. And we have
Okay.
a second.
We have a motion and a second.
I'll second Ray's motion.
Okay.
I will call the roll. Ms. Camargo?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
No.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. We would need a second motion for the variances.
I'll make a motion that we approve the variances.
Okay, do we have a second? I'll second that. Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
No.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Camargo?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you very much. Good luck with your new home.
Members of the board.
Congratulations.
Best of days to you. I appreciate your time.
Okay, members of the board, we are moving on to the next application on the agenda. This is HPB 230595. This is the Lincoln Road, within the Lincoln Road right-of-way, generally bounded by Lincoln Lane North to the north, Washington Avenue to the east, Lincoln Lane South to the south, and Lenox Avenue to the west. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the design of the Lincoln Road Master Plan. Staff has outlined some of the history, which I could not believe when I was reviewing this for today's meeting, dates back to 2015. John, I think you were on the board
I remember it well.
for this original Lincoln Road Master Plan approval. It's crazy, 2015. At the time, the board did approve a comprehensive master plan, including streetscape design, landscape, and various other modifications to existing pedestrian mall of Lincoln Road. In 2017, the applicant did submit a modification, and the board did approve some modifications. The final design of that original Lincoln Road Master Plan was developed with the current designer, James Cornerfield operation. That was going through a construction document and budgeting phase after the board approved the project. It was really the beginning of the COVID pandemic that led the city to start rethinking, working with our consultant, the scope of work that was proposed. And they are currently back before you with a revised scope of work from that original approval. If some of the board members recall, there were two segments. As this project is now a phased project, they were actually reviewed and approved by the board previously. This is the remainder of the master plan. So the modifications to the original plan include the retention of the existing multifamily or multicolored concrete paving, the refinishing of the black and white piano keys, which were part of the Lapidus design, with a new durable traffic coding system. The original master plan was a much more comprehensive project that included the removal of all of the existing paving and the replacement with new concrete paving. The current plan does, at the Washington Avenue portion, contemplate a new entry plaza with a grove of palm trees. The new pavement plan does include colored pavings for this block, so this block will receive new proposed paving. Staff's only recommendation with regard to the design of the paving is to explore a better transition, maybe fading the pink concrete pavers to green. We think that would be better. That was a similar strategy that was used in the previous two segments for the earlier phase approved by the board on Meridian and Drexel Avenue. Finally, the applicant is proposing a Lincoln Road monument sign that is proposed to be introduced on Washington Avenue, which is in the jurisdiction of this board. There is also an additional sign proposed for Alton Road, so at the two bookends of the pedestrian mall. The Alton Road sign is located outside of this board's jurisdiction, so that was reviewed by the city's design review board. In summary, staff is supportive of the currently proposed plan and recommends approval as noted in the draft order. I am available for any questions, and I see the applicant is also with us today.
Can I ask you a question? I had circled in the report exactly what you just referenced, this fading of pink concrete pavers to green. Where exactly is that? What that you're looking at? And are you looking at like an integrated? Are you
It's
recommending
similar.
like an
I don't know if you
integrated pink to
recall
green?
what was proposed for the Meridian and Drexel, because the pink and green are part of the 1980s redo of those portions of Lincoln Road. So what we were asking for is, instead of just a harsh line, for it to be almost an ombre where it fades in a little bit better.
Were you looking at an image
Yeah,
of it?
what page are we looking at? with
Page
respect to that?
69. So you can see at the western edge of where the new paving is, how there's just a sharp line where it goes from the Miami Beach red or pink to the green. And we thought it might be more successful to employ that more ombre pattern to connect those two, which we think was very successful in the Meridian and Drexel segments.
Remind me, we have an ombre pattern on that, in that transition, or no?
On the Meridian and Drexel, yes, that was part of the approval that the applicant had
Right, not the
proposed.
current design,
Not
but
the
part of
current
the
design, correct.
past approval that this board made.
Correct. The past approval for this block was actually quite different. This is where there was a large kind of entry sculpture shade structure proposed. That's been removed. And the palm trees have been introduced, which there were palm trees previously, but they were kind of sticking out through this metal canopy structure.
If we have questions just on like these individual amenities, let's call them, should we go through them like by each one? Because I have some comments and thoughts that I wanted to.
However you'd like. I think
What do
we'll
you
wait till they do their presentation, and then this is just for staff. If you have questions for staff, which was my question. Yeah. So then I guess we'll have the presentation. Welcome, and then arm ourselves for lots of questions.
Good morning. This is Ariel. I work for the CIP department, Capital Improvement Department. I want to thank Debbie for providing a great update of where we at, how we got here and what this presentation is about. The only thing I would like to add is that the city did take, after we reduced the scope of work, we did take steps to implement portions of this project as quickly as we possibly could. We did break it up into phases. Phase one was the lighting retrofit along the whole corridor, which has already been complete. Those lights have been changed, and now they're new LED lights. As you mentioned, phase two is the improvements to Drexel and Meridian. It's out to bid right now for advertisement. And this presentation is phase three, as Debbie alluded to the scope. So with that being said, I'll just turn it over to the architect and let her start the presentation.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, members of the board. Nice to see some of you again. I know we have limited time. This is a very dense presentation, so I'm going to go as quickly as possible as a refresher, and I would love to hear your questions and pause a little bit more to provide thorough answers.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, sorry. My name is Isabel Castilla. I'm a landscape architect from Field Operations. We are a landscape architecture and urban design firm that was awarded the master plan development back in 2015. Subsequently, the development of construction documents, as Ms. Tackett mentioned, up to 2020, at which point the project scope was revisited, and now we're back here to hopefully implement something that keeps some of the spirit of the master plan while still addressing some of the city's concerns moving forward. As mentioned, this is part of a larger scope of work that includes improvements to the larger district of Lincoln Road. We came back before the board last year to present the designs for renovations for Meridian and Drexel Avenues, which were approved, as Ariel mentioned, are now out to bid. And today we're concentrating on the blocks between Washington Avenue and Lenox. This is a general summary of the scope of work, but I believe Ms. Tackett summarized it very properly. And what we're going to do here today, again, in the interest of time, is I'm going to go through images of what each one of these improvements the City Commission directed us to do. What do they look like, and what are our recommendations in direct response to the Commission's list of priorities for the road? Okay. So again, we're concentrating today on the area between Washington Avenue and Lenox. All of this was built and designed by Morris Lapidus in the 1960s, and many of the elements are part of the National Register of Historic Places. However, there have been a number of changes over time since the 1960s that have led to what we see today, so not every aspect of Lincoln Road right now is deemed of historic significance. One of the main, I would say, goals of these improvements is to basically do surgical improvements throughout all of the 7 blocks that encompass the scope of work to ensure every block gets upgrades. And in addition to upgrades that are geared towards maintenance and operations issues, we're also providing social spaces along every block. So the community, which is something that was requested back when we started the master plan in 2015, does have places to sit, proper spaces for events, areas that really bring a lot more social character to Lincoln Road beyond some of the more commercialized social spaces that we see today, mostly composed of outdoor cafe seating. Again, I'm sure you're very aware of the history of Lincoln Road, but after it was built in the 1960s by Morris Lapidus, it did go through a series of renovations. In the 1980s and 90s is when the colorful paving was added, along with the water feature that we see on the 500 block today, so that is not deemed of historical significance. The 400 block was also renovated with the Zapata scheme that includes the canopy and water feature, which right now are being revisited as well. And then in the 2000s, Raymond Jungles renovated the design of the 1100 blocks. So we do have quite a lot of layered history within the architecture of Lincoln Road. And we can see that through some of these images here, how the character of the road has changed over time. However, what has remained its iconic character is the black and white piano keys, that center spine, and all of the Mimo historic follies designed by Morris Lapidus along with their accompanying water features. So in terms of the proposed renovation, starting with the historical elements, the scope of work will include the restoration of all of the historic Morris Lapidus follies. These follies have survived quite a lot of time, but they have been painted over the years. A lot of the concrete is spalling, their waterproofing is failing. So part of the scope includes to strip all of these follies down to the bare concrete, to repair any cracks or any areas where the concrete may be failing, and to repaint them with an appropriate and durable coating system. We will also be redoing the waterproofing, and lastly, incorporating drainage on some of the flat roofs that currently do not have proper drainage, part of what is contributing to some of their decay over time. They will continue to be white as historically established in the 1960s. We're also introducing new lighting to the follies, and this is something that we had thoroughly presented to the board back in 2015, I believe. The follies today do have lighting, but the lighting varies in terms of its age. Some of the lighting is actually very noticeable in terms of the fixtures, and they take away a little bit from the architectural beauty of the follies. Some of it is not as appropriate to the geometry or follows the geometry of the follies. So we are proposing all new LED lighting. The LEDs are allowing us to conceal the lighting very discreetly, so you will not see it during the daytime. All of the junction boxes and any electrical requirements for the lighting will also be very carefully concealed within the follies, so that during the day they look beautiful, and at night they're really highlighted as one of the key elements for Lincoln Road. And here you see some renderings of what that lighting will look like, again highlighting the unique geometry of each one of these architectural features. We're also restoring the fountains, the existing fountains that are part of the original Morris Lapidus design. So these are the 1,000 block fountain, 900, 800, 700, and 600 blocks. These fountains, similar to the follies, are showing a lot of age. We will be replacing the waterproofing with a very discreet waterproofing system, restoring the cladding materials to the original. Some of them do carry the original materials, some don't. So we have looked back into the archives to restore those. And we're also introducing new mechanical equipment, new lighting, new fountain spouts, so that all of these are operational throughout the year and work effectively, as opposed to today, where sometimes they're on, sometimes they're off. We're also, as Ms. Tackett mentioned, we will be restoring the coating on the piano keys. The piano keys are also deemed of historical significance, and over time, they just received a lot of paint over and over. The city almost paints them weekly. We will be removing all of those many, many years of paint. We will be restoring the concrete that is cracked, and then we will be coating them with a new, extremely durable system. This is called a polyaspartic coating system. It's rated for exteriors, it's UV stable, it has grit that prevents it from being slippery on moist or wet days, but it's also a system that is intended to last between 10 and 15 years. So once this is applied, the city will not have to do continued maintenance on it. It's also able to sustain harsh amounts of water pressure from water washing, which we know happens on Lincoln Road today. An example that you see here, we installed a mock-up last year on 2 sections of Lincoln Road, right by the Euclid Oval on the 700 block, and another portion by Meridian, where we have one of the bus stops and we see a lot of foot traffic, just to ensure we understand how the system behaves with the wear and tear that Lincoln Road sees. And to date, the mock-ups are sustaining very strongly. This material in particular, you might be curious about the 2 smaller images on the right-hand side, is used a lot in Disney World. And it sustains, again, the heavy wear and tear that a space like Disney World sees. So this is what, through our research, makes us believe this is the proper system to restore the piano keys and minimize maintenance done today by the city. In addition to some of these restoration of historical elements, we're also looking at planting on Lincoln Road, and we have various conditions the renovations are looking to address. First, the image on the right, we do have a number of existing trees and palm trees along the promenade, many of which are coated with this resin-bound paving system. It's a bunch of pebbles glued together. This is broken, this is dirty, it has gum attached to it, it does not look great. We also have other situations like the image on the right-hand side where we have big portions of the road that do not have trees or palm trees at grade. These areas are very exposed to the sun, and on very hot days, we see people walking against the storefronts because it's very, very difficult to walk through. We do recognize there's an interest to make the site more resilient, to minimize heat gain, provide shade, and open up a lot more permeable spaces. And when we look at historic images of Lincoln Road, there used to be a lot more at-grade planting beds between the piano keys and the storefronts that were at some point removed. So what we're proposing is to bring some of those back in a discrete way that still allows for proper pedestrian circulation, but can increase greenery through the road.
How much additional time do you think you need?
About 10 more minutes, I'm sorry, it's a lot of material.
Mr. Chairman, are you okay with that?
Yeah, do you want to entertain any questions up to this point, like to do it in, just so it's not like such a huge thing?
I can if you would like.
There's a lot going on, yeah. So I know that some of you may have questions on just what's been mentioned now, just for clarification. So maybe that's the best way, and then we'll kind of move into the second half.
Sure.
Brian?
On the where was it? The keyboard, the keys. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Just looking at those 2 photos of the mock-up, and maybe this is just the printer, but actually one does look more heavily trafficked and kind of less resilient, number 3, than the second one to the left. Perhaps, again, it's just the photo. But I was just curious, am I observing that, or
it might be that
and maybe what was the reason? I'm just curious.
It might be that when the photo was taken, one area was cleaned more than the other, to be honest.
Because I agree with you, the one on the left looks extremely resilient, but on the one on the right, it almost looks like there is a color degradation. So I was just curious.
If I were to speculate, the one on the left is at an existing cafe area, which is likely gets more clean than the one in the right, which is at the edge of Meridian Avenue.
So that one just has to be cleaned?
I think it just has to be cleaned.
Okay, got it.
In the areas where you were just showing wide open spaces that you want to add planters and other planters were taken out, wasn't that a lot to do with restaurants wanting outside seating? And then maybe the restaurant's not there anymore or whatever. So, I mean, you have to take into consideration that the city does have all these restaurants that have rented spaces for chairs, and they pay by the number of chairs. And that could change from one tenant to another. And you don't want to be putting something in that then somebody along comes, oh, we need to take that out because we want to have seating there. So I don't know how much you've taken into consideration with that. Also, in your plans that I've seen, you know, right now there's a lot of bike racks at the end of the city streets because you're not supposed to be riding bikes there. I want to make sure you're keeping the bike racks, and that wasn't necessarily so apparent.
Okay, so in answer to your question on the planters, the plans that you have in your hands show where they are being proposed or not being proposed evenly throughout. They're mostly being proposed in areas where we already have one single tree and we want to create some companions to make it a little bit more consistent, or areas like the photograph I showed where the entire block does not have any planting. And what we've heard from the community is that on hot days it's just very, very harsh environment. In regards to the outdoor cafes, we're extremely cognizant of the outdoor cafes being a critical component of the economics of Lincoln Road and a big attraction. Outdoor cafes change a lot. I've been here since 2015. I've seen many close, many open. They're never in the same locations, which makes it quite challenging. So the idea with these ag-grade plantings is that cafe spaces can still be accommodated around them, and in fact, I think would make them a lot more of a pleasant area if they are surrounded by ag-grade trees and have shade. Again, they're very limited in where they are proposed. So I do recognize the issue. One other thing I would say is that they're also being proposed in ways that we still are allowing for ample circulation space, not just for pedestrians, but for emergency vehicle access. So they are not limiting current operations of Lincoln Road. They're simply just enhancing the very tropical garden feel that makes Lincoln Road a very attractive place for many visitors.
And just want to add, the city is very aware of the seating for the restaurants, and we're going to be working with each restaurant to make sure we minimize that. So we are fully aware of that, and we're going to minimize that as much as we can.
Now, in regards to your second question about the bike racks, if you look on the plans, all of the proposed new bike racks are located at the intersections of Lincoln Road, again, in recognition that cycling is not allowed on the road. So the idea is that this way people are encouraged to dismount and lock their bike. We are not proposing any inboard of the blocks, and those that exist today, like I know, for example, the 500 block today has some inboards. We are proposing to remove those in order to make the code a little bit more enforceable and clear.
I just want to make sure when you remove, you were adding.
Yes.
And any more questions?
Just two more quick questions. On the promenade trees, the resin bond, I'm just reading in the proposal, I know that you are saying that this is a way better material and it's not going to create this kind of degradation that I guess that we see now, but could you just give us like 2 sentences on what exactly is this incredible technology that didn't exist then and now exists?
I wouldn't call it super incredible technology, but we did meet with the manufacturer that installed the current one, and we met with a number of others. And through conversations, it seems like the product that was installed does not take pressure washing very well, and that is what has led to a lot of the cracking and degradation of the material. The current material also does not have a sealer, which is what allows all of the gum and grease to stick to it and penetrate.
So we believe that in 30 years with the sealer and with this new material, we wouldn't have this problem.
Unfortunately, this is not a 30-year material. This
Okay,
is a 5 to 10-year material. It is superior to what you have today, but it's not going to last that long. And it is just the unfortunate nature of the material. Could we find other solutions? We could, but they would require removing the pavement that is there, and part of the city's initiative is to not remove it. So this is what we think is the most long-lasting option, given the existing conditions to remain.
And then also with a view towards kind of, you know, long-lasting longevity and whatnot, on the follies, I applaud you. I think that's fantastic, the uplighting them. I think that will that's just incredible. It's going to make Lincoln Road really, really remarkable. I'm just curious on the lighting that you're removing all that conduit, putting these new lights in there. Again, like just forward thinking here, is that if we ever change that down the road, is, you know, kind of what, you know, steps are you taking to make sure that any additional changes down the road, 10 years, 15, 20, 30 years, could be done easier, more efficiently.
So the good news about the lighting is that we're talking about LED lighting, in which case does last 30 years or more. We are basically installing the lightings on very simple bent aluminum metal coves that will follow the geometry of the follies. So they are something that's added, but very discrete, as opposed to something integral to the folly that will affect it and prevent replacement in the future. So it is something, again, very long-lasting, discrete, but not integral, will not affect the historic nature of the folly itself.
Okay, thank you. I think that takes care of our questions for now, so thank you for continuing. For
Okay.
indulging us and continuing.
No problem. Please stop me because I know there's a lot of information here. So looking at the planting and the tree pits, this is an image of the proposed material. Again, more long-lasting than what we have now. But the other thing we're doing is we're proposing a different finish, one that's of warmer tones that speaks better to the colorful pavement. You see the image on the left is the existing one, which is gray, worn, and something that's a little bit warmer, more beach-like, that speaks to the existing materials. In areas where we can, and this is not happening everywhere, we are proposing to enlarge those tree pits and add at-grade planting. This is again an effort to bring a lot more greenery to the road, soften the materials, and add more permeable surfaces throughout where we can. And again, these are very discrete locations which are identified on your plans. In terms of other planting, the existing planters, we do have a wide variety of existing conditions. We have some planters that look fantastic, like the one on the left-hand side, and we're going to leave those alone for the most part, maybe replenish a couple of plants here and there if they're needed. But we do have other planters that are lacking planting dramatically. In some cases, they're just barren soil. So we will be concentrating on those, restoring planting to those, carefully working with the City Green Spaces Department, and bringing them to be lush tropical gardens, as you see on some of the most successful planters throughout the road. For public seating, for those of you that may or may not be aware, these are Morris Lapidus' original drawings, and the original planter walls along Lincoln Road used to have seating. That seating was removed over time. Part of the master plan that we've developed since 2015 is to introduce discrete moments of seating, just to be able to, again, provide some areas for the general public to take a moment of pause without necessarily populating the entire road with benches. We know there needs to be a balance. And what we're proposing to do, inspired in Lapidus' original design, is to introduce these white concrete benches. The image on the left illustrates a bench that would be basically floating over the existing planter walls. So we're not replacing those as we were doing originally, but doing these very careful insertions to provide social seating. The image on the right shows our areas where we're proposing freestanding benches. These are mostly around some key water features where we see people just sitting on the edge of the water getting wet because they want a moment of pause, providing them a proper moment to sit. And the proposal includes images of exactly where these are going. We see on the top image, this would be one bench proposed for the 1000 block alongside that existing water feature. If this outdoor cafe were to continue with their cafe permits, they can just abut their tables and chairs to this bench. It's not something that would preclude that from happening, but it is something that would allow for more social spaces along the block. On the bottom image, we see a proposal for the 900 block, echoing some of the geometric planters that exist today. The next slide, two other locations on the 900 block, one along the existing water feature. This would be the freestanding benches, and one along one of the lusher planted planters with a semicircular shape. Then moving along on the 800 block, this is part of the original master plan. The proposal here is to cut the planters back so we reveal this water feature, which is pretty hidden from public view right now, and adding two benches alongside of it so people can enjoy that space. And then on the bottom left, another proposal for the 700 block. This bench will be located next to an existing water feature, but also underneath the canopy of the famous sausage tree, which is something a lot of people gravitate to and provides great shade. In terms of public furniture, as was the question, we are providing new bike racks only at the edges of the blocks, and new trash cans and dog bag dispensers. All of these carry a black and white motif evocative of the historic piano keys. And the district will also include new signage. The signage was approved back in 2017 and it's also been incorporated as part of the improvements to Meridian and Drexel. Again, just to create a look and feel that's more integral, that highlights this as a unique district within Miami Beach. You have in your hand the plans, block by block recommendations. I'm gonna just go through these very quickly and pause on the more distinct moments I haven't discussed yet in the interest of time. But here you see areas where we are proposing to replace the bonded aggregate, areas where we are proposing new trees in red, and where the new benches are located as well in red. Also in red are locations of new trash cans and bike racks. So here we have the 900 block, again looking at the benches I just mentioned and a new growth of trees. We have the 800 block, we have that triangular water feature that, as I mentioned, we are basically pulling the planters back and adding a bench so that what it is today, which is very beautiful only if you're able to get in there, can be something that can be more enjoyed by the public with sitting alongside of it. On the 700 block, here we have the very large sausage tree, adding a couple more trees and also that semicircular bench. And then pausing a little bit more on the Euclid Oval, this is where we're proposing one of the bigger interventions. Yes, should I keep going? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. No.
Oh yeah, on the mic, Ray, please.
No, so these are the conditions of the existing Euclid Oval. It does have artificial turf. It has a low wall that actually is highly used. Everybody pauses there to sit and people watch. And it has these very tall palm trees, some of which are starting to exhibit some disease. So we do need to evaluate their longevity. But overall, the oval was different back in the 1960s. It was planted. It was a planted area with the low seat wall. And we know this is the heart of Lincoln Road. We know there's a lot that happens here. And through the years, we've received a lot of desires from the community on how to revisit the oval. So summarizing all of those desires, what we're proposing to do is to keep the exact footprint that we have today, honor that original Morris Lapidus design, but create a design that's a little bit more contemporary, that looks forward to Lincoln Road's activities. The idea is to create a white, precast white seat wall alongside of the entire oval at actual sitting height, so we're not sitting so low as we are today. And having one side of the oval, the one facing the band shell or facing east, which is what we see on the forefront of the image, be a flexible space in the center with a number of sitting steps in the back. The idea with this is that we know today a lot of children play in this area, so this will create a contained space where those activities can still happen. We know the Lincoln Road bid does do a lot of events here, concerts, yoga classes, etc. This will provide a proper space for those events, including new electrical infrastructure. And the amphitheater seating will also allow for more people to be able to pause and enjoy some of those events facing back on the band show. Behind it, though, we are creating also a planter, honoring again what used to be there in the 1960s, which was a central planter, and introducing a large specimen tree that can create shade over that sitting area to ensure that it's enjoyable all year round. The palm trees will remain alongside of the oval, but we are doing an arborist report because we have seen they have decayed a lot recently, so we need to assess whether they're still healthy or they might need to be replaced, but the idea is to still keep palms. At night, the oval will glow with a low LED light at the bottom. The sitting steps will also glow. And we're proposing new lighting that is a little bit LED lighting as well, and that it can be controlled. So during events, you can have a little bit more control over the lighting. Right now, we have a very harsh mass light, so not as appropriate for some of the cultural events being done today. So here we see the plan, again, keeping that existing oval shape. On the right-hand side, that triangle, that's the canopy that's there, the historic canopy. We see the central space, pretty big, to allow for all of these activities, and the western side with a tiered planter with a very large tree. The center space we're proposing to pave with a mosaic tile with tropical colors that echo some of the colors on the existing color pavement, as well as some of the historic colors of the Lincoln Road district, so that it continues to feel like it's part of it, but again, something new and elegant to highlight this space. And here we see some sections through it, the low seat wall, the step seating, and the planter on the back with trees. The overall materials would be precast concrete in a white tone, so it feels like it blends in with all of the white walls that we have along Lincoln Road. Any questions there before I conclude? Yes.
Oh, okay, let's start Lindsay and then Brian.
So most of my questions actually pertain to the oval. So I'll just ask, should I just ask them and then we can get them out? Okay.
Yeah.
So I wanted to know how the proposed oval handles drainage. Since it's now enclosed, at least on 3 sides, it looks like. Yeah, I just want to know how the drainage is handled. I think you proposed tile for the mosaic, what the texture of that is and what it's like, how it operates when it's wet.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. And then as far as maintenance and longevity of the tile, plans for, I can't remember what the materiality you said. I thought you said ceramic, but maybe not. But you know, what happens when those tiles break and how often do we expect them to do so? So those are my questions on that.
Also my question as well. Thank you.
You can, why don't you address those, and I guess they were my questions as well, so.
Great. So in regards to drainage, we are providing drainage within the oval. We are creating a curvilinear slot drain that is tucked underneath the first sitting step. So all of the water would be pitched there, but the idea of tucking it under the sitting step is that it does not become something like an eyesore in the middle of the pavement. It's very discreet, but we are providing drainage. In regards to the tile, yes, we are proposing ceramic tile. It will be coated with a grit that meets all of the coefficient of friction requirements for exterior construction. We did find.
Do you have a photograph that you can share with us of those tiles?
We can
potentially?
provide one. I don't have it with me, but we can provide one. And we have identified 2 manufacturers, one overseas, but also one within the Miami area. We also have samples of this tile, so we can certainly provide that. In terms of replacement, what we usually advise, and this is something that we still need to discuss with the CIP department, is to buy attic stock for materials that are so unique, so that in the case of replacement, you have them handy. The cost of the tile itself is not much, so it's something that I think is a wise upfront investment. Now, if we were to end up with the local manufacturer, and again, this is not something we can control through procurement, that would obviously facilitate replacement even more.
Just further to that on the tiles, because I do want to kind of spend a little bit of time here. What are the biggest issues that you face with maintenance of this kind of ceramic tile in a high-trafficked environment, and what can we do about those?
We have not seen major issues.
And where have you maybe seen it used successfully, or where there were other problems that you saw with other clients?
So we have not seen major issues if installed properly. What I mean by properly is that these tiles depend on having a level surface that they are being mortared into. We are proposing a sub-slab for this, so you will have a concrete sub-slab and then the tiles basically bound to that sub-slab. That would ensure we don't have differential settlement or any cracking that would happen over time. We have seen this kind of tile very successfully installed in many parts of Spain. I would need to look to see if I can find some local examples as well, and I think that's a very fair question. But again, I think that the devil's in the details, and when we have seen this type of approach fail is when they do not have a sub-slab and proper grouted joints that leads to water undermining the surface.
And then in terms of working with the vendors, is there any direction that especially needs to be kind of directed to them to make sure that they install it correctly? Or is it just, are you just saying by virtue of being the slab, it's going to be pretty much okay?
By virtue of following our details, it should be fine. With construction, you can't always guarantee that. But yes, the details are developed in a way that it should be as robust as possible. The tiles also need to have a certain strength to support the heavy loads that may happen here in terms of any events or anything like that.
Ray?
In the past, the city has never had good luck with tile. There's little bollards at the end of all the streets from 24th Street to 41st Street, had tiles on them with the street numbers and all of that, all gone now because they were damaged. The bridges on 41st Street that have the tiles on it, if you go and you look, half the tiles are missing, cracked or whatever. It doesn't look good. And I certainly wouldn't want to be approving something that's going to look great for the first 3 months, and then we're going to be sorry for the next 30 years that we ever did it.
Okay, Lindsay.
So I tend to agree with Ray on that, but just in interest of fully fleshing out this idea, you talked about something that was going to be adhered, something on the surface to.
There's a grit. The tiles are blasted as they are.
Okay, so they're going to be blasted. Okay.
Cooked basically to create that grit.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you.
Okay, I think that we've got our questions about the oval down, and please continue.
We have two more key items to present, and then I will conclude. Okay, so where we left off, and now we are on the 500 block. And the 500 block is the one block that does not have a historic water feature by Morris Lapidus. That water feature is the one that we see here with the hash over it. And what we're proposing, and this is also part of the original master plan, is to restore that area to something that's a little bit more in keeping with the original Morris Lapidus design. Again, these are the images of what you see today. And one of the big challenges of this water feature, beyond just some security issues that we know exist, is that the vegetation does not allow you to appreciate the historic folly that sits right beneath this photo. You can see the legs underneath the palm trees. So again, recognizing it's not an element of historical significance, what we're proposing is to redo this area by creating a very simple, linear, reflecting pool. This will allow you to see the folly and have the folly be the center of the space. It will include seating on either side so people can enjoy the sound of water, and then new lush shade trees so that we also create a space with shade. At night, this looks a little bit dark, but it will still keep the same lighting that we have on Lincoln Road, but again, highlighting and uplighting that folly, so again, it becomes back the icon of Lincoln Road. And just to show you some details, the water feature is proposed to be a black granite, something that is very common with water features and extremely durable. It will complement the restored piano keys. And then the growth of trees on either side, creating shade seating for the areas alongside the water feature. I do want to mention, though, this element, it's a little bit tight. We're a little tight on budget for it. So it is being treated as an ad alternate. We are going to fully design it and engineer it and hope that through other measures we're able to reduce costs on other items and be able to get this into the bid. But right now it is the one item that does not have full funding. Yes?
Yes, go ahead.
So if it's an ad alternate, what is the proposal without it? Leaving it as is?
Yes,
So the non-historic water feature would stay as is?
that is correct.
Okay.
That was my question. That I was writing down. I thought I would do it later, but okay, go ahead. Oh, your mic, the mic has to be on.
Yes, thank you. Would that be a less expensive option if that one doesn't meet the budget?
This is not very expensive. We simply are already over budget with all of the other improvements, so any option would place us over budget. Part of what makes this complex is that the extent of the existing water feature goes piano key to piano keys, the entire width. So anything that we would do to do an alternate design would require the full removal of it, which automatically just adds cost. Is the sheer footprint of it, let's say.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to our last item. Thank you for bearing with me on this. And it is the 400 block. 400 block has gone through a lot of changes over time. Even these photos, since we submitted, are now outdated because we know the Jersey barriers have been removed and replaced with planters, although temporary. And we know the water feature has also been removed, and now there's temporary musical instruments being installed. Palm trees died, new palm trees are there. But overall, this block suffers from many changes over time that do not create a cohesive approach and gateway to Lincoln Road. The design that is currently there was built in the 1990s by Carlos Zapata. It's not deemed of historical significance. These are the original Morris Lapidus plans. And one key thing that we see here is that the gateway to Washington Avenue, which is what we see on the bottom right, used to be a very dramatic one with big flags, a folly, something that really welcomed visitors from Collins Avenue onto Lincoln Road and announced the beginning of the pedestrian area. So what we're proposing to do is to redo this entire area basically from the middle of the block to the east towards Washington Avenue, so the area on the hash. The big planter in the middle would remain. That planter does have a lot of nice, large existing trees that we want to preserve, but the area closer to Washington doesn't really have a lot of merit right now. And what we're proposing to do is to create a simple and elegant, welcoming plaza, as Ms. Tackett mentioned, that creates a new gateway onto Lincoln Road. And I'm going to walk you through the renderings, which is the best way to understand this. Again, existing conditions looking from Washington Avenue and the new proposed gateway. The gateway is going to line the edge of the street with M50 rated security bollards per the city's request, eliminating some of the more bulky alternative items. Behind those bollards would be a large Lincoln Road sign. This is one that will welcome visitors and one that has been scaled so that you can see it clearly from Collins Avenue and understand Lincoln Road is up ahead. As mentioned, there will be a twin sign on Alton Road demarcating the two ends of the pedestrian area. Behind it will be a large plaza with very tall Floridian palms that will create a shaded area, but also a space that beneath is quite flexible for events. We see here the footprint of the plaza. We would be carrying the black and white motif all the way to the streetscape and lining the edges of the plaza with the Miami Beach red, again, just in keeping with the materials. And this is the area that Ms. Tackett mentioned where there's a comment or a desire to perhaps feather in the red and the green that we see on the left-hand side of the image a little bit more, and I think that's certainly a good comment and something we can explore. Taking off the canopy, you see how the center of the plaza would remain quite flexible for events or art installations, but the edges would have at-grade planting, again, to balance greenery with flexibility. And then looking at the renderings a little bit more closely, if this would move, this is with your back towards Washington Street, so you have crossed the street and you're entering Lincoln Road. You have this large new sign supported by a plinth made of black granite, and then behind it, the Palm Tree Plaza. Whoop. See the elevation of the sign is 6 feet tall, so it's something that's very iconic, something that people can take their picture on, but also something that you can see from far away. Behind the sign, then we have the plaza. It will be activated with movable chairs during the day-to-day, but the idea behind it is that all of those could be tucked away. So either the city or the BID can plan different art installations, like very successful ones that we see on Miami Beach. This is one that was recently installed on Española Way. The size of the canopy allows us to install vertical installations, or something that's a little more playful that perhaps is scattered through the plaza and again activates the space. And at night, the idea is that this area does get proper illumination. We have received concerns from the community that it does feel a little bit dark today, but in addition to that safety illumination, we're also uplighting the palm trees, so again, it becomes an icon and something that draws you in from Collins Avenue. And that concludes the presentation.
Great, thank you very much. So is our next step to ask whether, first of all, anybody have any questions about this last part of the presentation? Ray.
As we know, and maybe you as well, there's a potential plan for pedestrianizing the 2 blocks to the east of this. So maybe having the big Lincoln Road sign there would not be appropriate if we're going to have 2 more blocks of pedestrian traffic to the east. So I think that maybe some of these plans for that block right there need to sort of be on hold until we know what's going to happen with the other 2 blocks. And then the other thing that I noticed in your plan originally, it looks like the round fountain up by the theater, the county theater, is no longer going to have all that nice playful plates and everything around it. You're taking that all off and going back to some original plan?
We're not, and I apologize, the rendering is deceiving. Those playful mosaics are part of an art in public spaces installation, and we are keeping it.
Okay.
We're
It
just
didn't look it
restoring.
in your plan. So
I
thank you.
agree. That's a drawing mistake. There are a couple of mosaics that are falling, and we're going to work with the artist to restore it, but it is remaining. In regards to your first comment, I
Yes,
think, yeah.
just the city approved, the commission approved back in 2021 a reduced scope of work, which included those bookends in there. So we do have to have a part of this project. So that was just one of the.
But there's no thought that the new commission and mayor would want to address Ray's point?
That I guess I have to take, will be addressed. I cannot address it here at this time for you.
Yeah, and if I could
Because-
Ray's question was about the 200 and 300 block, correct?
Well, I mean, he doesn't want to put that sign 3 blocks in
If in fact we're gonna have 2 more blocks of pedestrian to the east, which
The
looks like
two
we
and
will
the, right, the
have.
200 and 300 block. So
Oh, yeah.
the board
That-
has approved the 100 block
Right.
previously.
But we're also looking now at the 200 and 300 block.
In very
this-
initial stages,
Yeah.
right? So there is no budget for the 200 and 300 block.
No.
And there are no approved plans for
Right.
the 200 and 300 block. So anything that the city may consider would be significantly down the line.
Right. I just would not really want to see a big Lincoln Road sign right there if Lincoln Road is going to be pedestrianized 2 blocks to the east, or that it's movable at some time in the future to go to the other location. That's all I'm saying, is I don't want to spend money on something that we go, oh, gee, now it's not in an appropriate location. So if you say that this is designed so that it can be just picked up and moved 2 more blocks to the east that says Lincoln Road, then that would be great. That's all I'm saying.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
I don't know where I fall on that, but I will say that, even if, and that's a big if, right, that we do pedestrianize the 200, 300 block, we still have Washington that's a through street. And so people who are passing, so I don't know that there's necessarily anything bad about having signage along Washington and Lincoln showing that this is the Lincoln Road Promenade. And I don't know that that precludes us from having additional signage at Collins should we get to the point where we pedestrianize 200 and 300, I guess is my point. So fair enough. But I just wanted to point that out. That's kind of my thought process, because Washington still is going to have a lot of traffic, and especially, I don't want to go too far down this road. Sorry, but if we do pedestrianize 200, 300, as you know, because we served on this other committee before, is that they're going to have to reroute and change bus drop-offs and whatnot. So I feel like that.
We've been looking at this plan since 2000.
So that entrance is still going to be highly used, I guess is my point. So that's all.
Brian?
Were there other thoughts about this? First of all, the plaza with the Royal Palms and encouraging, people to sit and to converse and these open spaces, it's incredible. I love it. I'm just curious more about the signage. And I understand that previously, for example, the font was approved, I believe is what you'd said, Isabel, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm curious if there were other kind of historical references or allusions that you guys maybe toyed with or thought about, or just because I'm not necessarily sold on these 2 bookends, to be honest with you.
So as Ariel mentioned, the sign was a direct request from the commission. So we need to design a sign. It's not whether there should be a sign or not a sign. The font was developed as part of the identity package for the road. And part of the scale of the sign and the font is a little inspired by the original 400 block, which I'm just looking for the plans here, which used to have these concrete pillars, these vertical concrete pillars announcing the entry to the block. So we wanted to echo that, or speak a little bit about the history by creating something of a similar scale that demarcated the entry. Now, I would say that we have received quite a lot of comments on the sign. Interestingly enough, is the thing that people comment on the most. And one of the many comments we have received, and something we are looking to potentially revisit, is that the sign or the iconography of the graphic design has these vertical elements that lead to the letter L. And while they read very well...
It's very confusing.
It's very confusing.
I mean, I don't think anyone who would be looking at that would really understand exactly what that word is.
Exactly. And those were to echo the piano keys, to echo those vertical elements that used to be there.
I totally realize it, and it's such a lovely
but you know
homage to that. It's just I'm not sure how functional it could be,
I have over 20 people asking me the same question. So
Okay.
Clearly it doesn't read. So I think one thing that we do want to do is revisit the design of the sign, eliminate those vertical elements, have it just say Lincoln Road, and work with the scale a little bit, because as you see, this creates kind of a long sign that is anchored on the center. So by eliminating those elements, we need to make sure it doesn't become so small that it loses its strength, but It is a comment we have received and one that we're definitely willing to revisit.
Was there any thought, I saw on the last slide, you had the original plan, which showed, it almost looks like kind of like a disc-like medallion almost at the end of it, was it?
The Morris Lapidus plan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, do they look like diamonds, or is that just me at the end?
Mm,
Like those white on the right-hand
I
side?
don't know.
Underneath the flagpoles? Or is that not Morris Lapidus?
No, that is.
It's Morris Lapidus. It's a little unclear what it is from these grainy photos.
Oh, okay. Like what that even was. I don't know. To me, that seems really visually pleasing and compelling and very interesting. But just throwing that out there.
Lindsay? And then I had something I wanted to add about that too.
So, I don't know that I have strong opinions on the sign one way or the other, but and I don't know how this would work on the black marble monument that you've got going on, but the vertical pieces that are supposed to be reminiscent of the piano keys, if they were black as opposed to white, next to the white Lincoln Road, might that draw enough contrast, still pay homage to the piano keys, but also not make, no, you don't like it? John doesn't like it.
No, I was like, I was looking for so long because I thought the people in the renderings were not letting me see whether they were, it was the new Lincoln Road. Is that what you were saying? I'm like, is there a cross there? Like, yeah. So I totally agree.
I tried.
Yeah, that's okay. Elizabeth, you had something you wanted to add? Are you on the mic?
I forget that always, sorry. One is regarding the Palm Plaza and the removable chairs and tables potentially. So I am a little bit concerned about that because being removable, they're more fragile, so their lifespan will be shorter and creates another maintenance issue for the city, who's going to remove and put them back every day. So maybe I would suggest considering something more permanent, maybe adding more of the concrete seating that you have in other areas. There is one already against the planters, so maybe identify other spaces where you could install permanent seating that won't disturb the use of the space for bigger gatherings. And the other comments about the signage, the posts that you have with the orientation signage, I find it a little bit not matching the rest of what I see, especially like even like the font on that signage is not the font of the big Lincoln Road sign there. So I was wondering, how did you come up with that signage and the choice of a font that seems to be a little bit out of place from my perspective?
It is the same font, it's the same graphic design, so I'm just flipping through back
Yeah, because
to
even
make
like
sure we're
the
looking at.
eye, or maybe from the picture doesn't look the same. It could be just a picture.
It could be. It is intended to be the same font, and its design is intended to be black and white again to just echo the
Right, no, the color, yeah, the color is. I
the
understand,
historic
right.
Lincoln Road element. So
Right, so if you see the eye in Lincoln has the horizontal bar
I
on
see
top
what
and
you're
the
saying.
bottom, and on the main sign, it's not like that.
I see what you're saying.
So
We
this
can-
one is a little bit more, has more details, and the other one was more straightforward.
we can look at that more closely. I see the issue with the eye.
And then further to Liz's point, even if you look at the spacing along there, this spacing, and again, it could just be that you are trying to cram in like all of those, letters there, but to me, it looks much closer than the representation that you have on the end of the road.
So I understand your concerns. We can take a second look at it. I would say the letters and the font and the kerning does need to change slightly to make it buildable physically. If we were to put them too tight, it's going to be difficult to detail that. But I understand your point. And because we are, again, have committed to relook at the sign, we'll take all of these comments into consideration on the next iteration.
I was just going to add to the sign comment that I find these to be very confusing. Like, I don't know whether it's 600 Lincoln Road, or can you keep the image up? Yeah, or the Bay. Like, are we, like, the Bay isn't really, I guess it is in some direction. So I guess that's a sign that's pointing you to something. But then down below, I see the Miami Beach Botanical Garden, which is, I guess you'd have a sign that would point you to the Miami Beach Botanical Garden, but it would also say where you are, like what block you're on. I just found, and there was another, I think there was another one before this. Yeah, like one that says City of Miami Beach. I'm assuming that's kind of like where the 400 Lincoln Road block is, but the 500 Lincoln Road block is not on Biscayne Bay. It's like, there's like an internal logic. It's trying to say I think it's trying to do too much. That was my feeling about it. It could just be super simple, like saying this is either where you are, or really just say, you know, like, I don't know, the Bay, 4 blocks or something.
Okay,
Like that.
so let me explain.
It wasn't really a question. It was just to let you know. And
I was just gonna say it's oriented north, south, east, west. So the idea is that each orientation directs you to a different destination.
Yeah, but to get to the botanical garden from Lincoln Road is slightly more complicated depending on where you are, I guess.
The signs will vary per intersection. So we wouldn't be directing you to the botanical garden at the 400 block. We would only be directing you.
You'd have to be directing me at Washington.
No, for the
go up to the
botanical
entrance
garden
to the
to go
botanical
straight,
garden?
we would be. I think it would be at
Convention Center.
Pennsylvania.
But yeah,
At Pennsylvania,
Convention
yeah.
Center Drive, exactly.
So they're all different depending on the proximity to
Yeah,
the
you're right.
destination, and those that don't have a destination proximity wouldn't have that.
Right.
Did you guys think, further to John's point about the bay and the beach, did you guys think about using a little more colloquialisms and just putting the beach?
I think the signs were revised to say the bay and the beach, and I apologize. I think
Because
this
one
is an
does say
old
Miami
rendering.
Beach, which I think is pretty confusing for
I
somebody.
think this is an old rendering. It's
Okay.
not
Yeah, it's
intended to say Miami Beach or Biscayne Bay.
Okay.
It was just intended to say the bay or the beach, again, to provide a sense of orientation.
And I had one other question. Can you go to the 400 block again? I drive by that block every day on my way to work, that intersection. I was wondering, I don't see anywhere in your plans that you've drawn the crosswalks, and you're changing the kind of the bollards so that they're kind of more evenly spaced, and you can essentially cross anywhere. Now, this may work with the new crosswalk, lighting crosswalk scheme where all the crosswalks are at the same time, so you can actually kind of just go right across the intersection. But if you go one more to this, you're rendering. See, there's a crosswalk there, but you've taken it out here, and you have people kind of standing near the Lincoln Road sign. I'm wondering how you're dealing with managing pedestrians at a very, very busy north-south intersection.
So let me address that, and this is unfortunately just a virtue of a not detailed enough drawing.
Got it.
Our scope of work does not include any improvements to Washington Avenue, which means the existing crosswalks will stay where they are. The bollards are spaced based on engineering criteria to provide this level of protection. They are not intended to allow pedestrians to cross in the middle of the street. Pedestrians still need to cross at the crosswalks. The design does include the ADA tactile warning strips and the ramps aligned with the crosswalks, and also the
Where
push
are those?
buttons.
Can you show me where those are on the plan?
I'm sorry, the plans are conceptual, so they don't carry this
okay,
level
all
of
right.
detail, but they are exactly where they are today. We are not changing them.
Okay.
When we do submit more detailed drawings, they will include all of that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Right. Yeah.
I just want to talk about the elephant in the room. You've added all this nice additional seating all over, and Lincoln Road right now is experiencing the worst homeless problems that they've ever had. And is this seating going to be bringing tourists, residents, or more homeless, or all of the above? But I think it's just something that we just need to get out there and say, because it's certainly on my mind. I don't know about everybody else's.
So in regards to the seating, again, it's very discrete amounts of benches we're adding. We're not adding benches everywhere. I do acknowledge there is a homeless issue. There's also a need for people with disabilities to sit down for a moment, pregnant women to take a moment of pause, right? So we're balancing all of those needs and desires. The seating right now has armrest space every 4 feet on center. This is something that has proven is a deterrent from people lying down or misutilizing the seating for other things that are not a moment of pause. That said, we cannot stop, as part of the design, we cannot aid the homeless issue. That's more of a social issue that I know the city is working very hard on. So we are trying to, again, have discrete seating, place it in areas that are very visible. One thing we do know is that areas that have a lot of activity, a lot of visibility, are less attractive to those that want to settle there for longer than those that are more hidden, which is an example in some of the other areas, why we're pulling away planters, cleaning up the planting as well, to make it a lot more visual. And again, the armrests are something that have proven to deter.
I've been to a lot of cities which instead of using, like flat seating, they have like a round little pod that you can sort of like sit on. You can't really, it's not comfortable enough to take a nap on or anything like that. So it gives you those rest pauses. I'm just concerned that if the benches are too comfortable, people are going to find a way of sleeping on them. That's my only concern.
Okay, thank you. I think we should keep going and with our process here. So the next step will be
If any of the board members have ex parte communications to disclose. None, seeing none, so we can open it up for public comment. Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand. Anyone in the audience, please come forward. We have on Zoom, Johan Moore.
Good morning, Johan. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Excuse me. Good morning, board members and staff. A quick comment on what I think the Morris Lapidus element at Washington was. I believe they were chest-high cement, in fact, diamond-shaped bases for what seemed to be flagpoles, and it looks like you could have maybe just squeezed in between. But in fact, my comment is simply to repeat what some of us in the community raised at the public presentation of this project, which concerns the Euclid Oval. During the holidays, when the menorah and the dregel and the nativity need to be there, first of all, where will they be accommodated? And second of all, will there still be enough space within that enclosed area for children to play? A community member raised that concern, and specifically about the children, that they not be too squeezed in with the other elements. And so I would ask Historic Preservation Board to just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Johan. I see no other members of the public wishing to comment, so we can close that portion and open it up to board discussion.
okay. Would anybody like to start board discussion?
I'll start.
Okay.
I want to applaud you guys. I think that this design is much improved. It's very enhanced from the last time that you made a presentation, and I think there are a lot of elements that feel very holistic from a public spaces point of view, which is so important. I think that this project for Miami Beach is really the linchpin. It is the access that, the east-west access along Miami Beach, and it's where so many of our residents and our visitors come from. So I want to applaud you. The follies, uplighting them, the water features, enhancing the planters, the new resin that you're using. I will be very honest with you, the mosaics I'm worried about. I think like a lot of us here on the dais, we're a little bit worried because we have seen how this has gone down in other occasions, and we are hopeful and optimistic that whichever vendor installs these is going to install them in the right way, and whatever specifications that we have are really, the best for our community here. And the only other reservation I have is really with that entry sign on both sides of Alton and Washington. Further to Elizabeth's point, the consistency, it feels a little off in the presentation on some of those fonts and whatnot, and I can't quite put my finger on exactly what it is, but sometimes when it's perfect and it feels a little off there, and I don't know quite what it is. Perhaps there's more work that can be done. Perhaps with lighting, I'm going to feel differently, but that's how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay, would you like to go next?
Sure. So I agree. I support, or I really like, I think this mosaic that you guys have proposed is beautiful. I'm dealing with this on other things outside of this board, just generally about the slipperiness of the surface, and then making sure that the water doesn't pond on the tiles, making sure that the water doesn't, that it's safe. And then not only that, just the durability. So I do have concerns about that. I don't know if they are valid or not, but those are my concerns. Beyond that, I don't know that I have any other concerns about the plan as proposed.
I was just wondering if you have considered any other surface materials for the oval that could give you the final result that you're looking for, the drawing and the color, but not mosaic, like more like a continuous surface, like similar to, let's say, a material that you're using to refinish the keyboards. And you see the Miami Airport, they have some floors that have the movement and pattern. It's terrazzo, I understand it's indoors, but something on that fashion that would be for outdoor use, so you don't have all the joints and all the potential issues that you may have when you create a lot of joints.
It's something we can certainly look at. Again, these are rated for outdoor use, but there can be alternative materials. We could look at precast pavers, similar to what we're doing on the 400 block, and see what is the cost in relationship in terms of creating color. One of the reasons that we went with ceramic tile is because it's a material that can achieve a lot of colors of what we're looking at, and other materials tend to be quite muted, and they are not UV resistant, so you lose that saturation over time. But hearing the concerns, we're certainly open to looking at other options, as long as everybody, I guess, agrees that they like the overall spirit and colorfulness of this. This is something we just wanted it to be a special place.
I just have a question regarding maintenance issues, perhaps, and whether you had considered using alternative supports for these elevated benches that you show on painted steel. And being so close to the ocean, it may be a very corrosive environment and a cost associated with maintaining them. Have you considered any other type of support, perhaps concrete, precast concrete as the benches are?
We can look at that. In regards to the painted steel, to clarify, the specification would be galvanized and then powder coated, which has proven to provide extra levels of protection in saltwater environments. But yes, we can look at concrete. The challenge with concrete is that it has a bigger footprint. We're also trying to minimize its aesthetic impact, so they do look truly floating. But it is something under development, and we can look at that.
Ray, did you have anything to add, or you said your piece? Okay. All right, and I was just going to add one thing. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. You guys have done a lot of work, and I've obviously seen it since you presented it in 2015. I was also thinking the chairs, the movable chairs, are on the 400 block, present a lot of. I think they present a lot of issues that they're just. If they could be someplace and brought out for special occasions or something like that, that would be appropriate. And the other thing I was thinking is that I've always been a huge fan of the Euclid Oval, and part of what's so brilliant about it is its simplicity. And I think you guys have made some very nice moves. I love the idea of enclosing the children in the space with the tiles or whatever the surface is. But I think the part that you're planning, the part to the west, that's planning to have the large tree on it, is just the surface is just too complicated, too complex. It's got several layers. It's got borders, and especially when we talk about the accommodating holiday, any kind of holiday ornament or holiday icons, I think that would be the perfect place for them. In terms of it just being a much simpler, grassy, maybe less planted area with the tree, but also an area that would accommodate special moments. So I was just looking at it, and it slopes down. It's very fussy for a place that's really not going to be used very much by people. So that would be my primary comment. Besides, obviously the crosswalks and things like this, and the sign. I made my other comments before. So with that, I guess we're looking for the staff recommends this being approved with a request for a certificate of appropriateness. And I think, do we have a motion to approve it with suggestions, or how would you like to handle this, Debbie?
Yeah, so, we have the draft order, which is our recommendation to the board. There is a condition that we're recommending be included about the final design and details of the paving, including materials and finishes, be provided. If the board wants to be more specific, If you would like to see further exploration of a certain material or a change in material, that would certainly be the place that it could be amended. And you could include something more specific, for example, for the Euclid Oval. You could also include a condition regarding the signage, that be further developed, whether you want staff to be able to evaluate that administratively, or if you would like that to come back to the board, that would be your decision.
I'd be, with the Euclid Oval, which is kind of a little bit more of a simplifying that design and so that it has an area, a usable area where the big tree is, grassy area, would be happy with staff reviewing that. But that's just my thought. Okay, Ray agrees.
May I disagree?
Oh, please disagree. Yes, absolutely.
You know, I would, I personally would feel more comfortable if we have the oval and the signage and the palm court, which are the two main elements that we have a lot of suggestions that we gave, that if they could come back with the final solution,
I support
would
that
feel
as
more
well.
comfortable.
I'm in agreement there too.
Okay.
So. Could we make a motion to accept the staff recommendations herein with the exception of those three elements? Being the revisiting the Euclid Oval, the mosaic specifications, as well as other potential alternatives, the signage related to both wayfinding as well as the bookends of Lincoln Road, being, taking into account everything that we said about it being consistent, the font and all of those things. And did I miss something else? And Palm Court, the issue of the furniture, if we could look at available options for either furniture that is more integrated into the road or, furniture that's more temporary that can be brought out with more ease and with more efficiency, so we're not adding too much maintenance costs for city staff.
Do I have a motion?
And Debbie, I think the mechanism would be to approve everything less those items and continue those, right, to a future meeting?
I believe that's where we're going, right? Approve everything but those 3 or 4 things and continue those 3 to 4 things.
Yes, that's the motion that I have on the table.
And just to reiterate, what I have indicated as what would come back to the board would be within the 400 block, within the 400 block, the Lincoln Road signage, including in the 400 block, the Palm Court furniture plan, the wayfinding signage, and lastly, the Euclid Oval design would come back to the board, including further development of the materials in the design of the western edge.
Is that your motion, Brian?
Yes, that's the motion. That includes the mosaic, obviously.
Yes.
Right.
In which case, I will second that motion.
Okay, so that's a motion and a second. I will call the roll. Mr. Breslin? Yes. Ms. Carmago? Yes. Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer? And Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Okay, so we need a second motion to continue those items. I would like to ask the applicant what their time frame is to further develop these things and come back to the board. Would you like to, I would recommend that it would be either the April meeting or the May meeting.
What is the application, when would the application need to be?
We would
submitted?
like the drawings to be able to show the public 30 days before the meetings. So let's see, we have the April 9th meeting, so we would need them approximately March 9th, or the May 14th meeting would bring you to April 13th or 14th.
Let us get back to you, but it's likely more May. We're still need to iron out some administrative items to be able to continue working on this.
Okay, would you like to be considered potentially for April, and then if you don't have enough time, you could come back and request a continuance again? Or would you like to just be continued to the May? We do need to continue to a date certain.
I think May is more realistic.
I would agree.
Okay, so then the motion would be to continue the other items to the May 14th meeting?
I'll make that motion. Oh,
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
thank you.
And I think we'd like to take a brief break. I don't know if there's,
Sure,
Um,
that's completely understandable. So do you want to take a 10-minute break?
Chair, if I might,
Yes.
could we propose
That's it.
a brief break to grab our lunch, bring it
yes,
back?
can we do that? Is there,
Let's
Do we have lunch
take,
that we can
let's
bring back?
take a 15-minute break.
Okay,
So we'll
yes.
come back about 20 after.
yes,
And we'll bring our lunch back with us.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
okay, thank you.
Stand by, the meeting's going to begin in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay, welcome back to, good afternoon, to the afternoon session of the Historic Preservation Board. I got a request to move a discussion item regarding 1245 Michigan Avenue up. We do have a city staff member here, Colette Satchel, from Capital Improvement Projects. She has some scheduling conflicts, and this should be relatively quick. So the chair agreed, so we're going to hear a discussion item, which is HPB 230564. This is a progress report requested by the board for 1245 Michigan Avenue. This was for the approval of the temporary modular structures to be placed in Flamingo Park in anticipation of the relocation of the Rainbow Child Care Center. The board did ask Capital Improvement Projects to return to the board to discuss the timing and the permitting and what their progress is. So Colette has given up some of her time this morning or this afternoon to address the board and provide you with that update. If there's no questions from me, we can turn it over to Colette.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I have not been sworn in, Nick.
On this, you don't need to be. This
Okay,
is just a
perfect.
discussion item.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Since our approval of the modular structures in Flamingo Park in June, we have been working diligently to get permits. The modular structure has been approved by the state of Florida, and it has been released for construction. It is expected to be completed and delivered to the site before the end of March of this year. We're in the final permitting phase of the City of Miami Beach and the Miami-Dade County permitting process. We should have permits on that within the next 2 weeks or less. Construction will begin once all the permits are approved. We do have a contractor in place already, and it's currently scheduled to be completed, God willing, in June of 2024, so in a few months. I know there is some concern, if there's any questions about that process, prior to the beginning of work, you will see we'll send out notice to the neighborhood and the construction fence will be installed and we'll get going. Any questions? No?
Any questions? This is some of our board members are new. Maybe you can
Give them some history?
A little bit of the history of this, yeah.
Okay, a little bit.
Yeah. Thank you.
So a fire station is being proposed to be constructed at 833 6th Street, which is a South Shore Community Center, which currently houses a daycare facility that has 35 children currently enrolled. They have occupancy up to 75. As a part of the approval, we have been asked by the community and by your predecessors to make sure that we provide accommodations for the daycare because it does provide a useful service to the community. The administration has committed to that, and to that we've searched for many options to try and figure out where to place this daycare structure. So a temporary location has been selected and approved for placement within the Flamingo Park, just north of the playground for those who are familiar with Flamingo Park, and it will front Michigan Avenue, so the address is really just about 1245 on the 12th block. It's being proposed with a temporary structure, modular buildings, 6 of them that we're combining to create sufficient space, 3,500 square feet, and a playground that has age-appropriate playground equipment for the children, while the city continues to look for that permanent location. We do have options. The administration is continuing to review the options for the permanent location, including a feasibility study that is underway for the Flamingo Youth Center, which is one of our GeoBond projects.
Mike, Ray, is your mic on? Your mic?
At the last commission meeting, they voted to, on a parallel path, look for a new site for
Yes.
the fire station.
Yes, sir.
But it looks to me like this is gonna be ready to go in June, and that's the date that they came up with for the new fire station. So if they decided to go to a new fire station, how much money will we have spent to put this there, then possibly not use it?
Specific to the daycare, in excess of $2 million.
Okay. Now, I mean, this board voted to put the fire station where it is going to go.
Yes, sir.
I don't feel that we were hoodwinked into any decisions, but it seems like somebody does. So I just wanted to find that out, go on record. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? No? Thank you very much,
Thank
Colette.
you
Really
very much for
appreciate it.
accommodating me.
Thank you,
I wanted
Colette.
to share, we're actually getting ready to start on the Collins Park Rotunda, which is another exciting project that this board approved. Thank you for accommodating me.
Yeah, that's a great project. Really excited. Thank you for that update too, Colette. Okay, back to the regular order of things. The next application is HPB 230586. This is 350 Lincoln Road. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the installation of signage in accordance with the Lincoln Road signage district regulations. So this existing building was constructed in 1946. It is a contributing building in the post-war modern style of architecture. The applicant, TD Bank, who is the existing tenant of the ground level space at the corner of Lincoln and Washington. In January of 2011, the board had actually approved their current signage as part of the Lincoln Road signage district. One of the interesting things about this particular area of the city is historically it had very exuberant kind of 1950s and 60s signage. In consideration of that, the city developed a separate signage district which allows for property owners to exceed the allowable size that would be applicable in any other zoning district as long as it was reviewed and approved by this board. So their existing signage is part of that Lincoln Road signage accommodation. And they met with us recently to revise their sign, to upgrade their sign. We explained to the team that would require Historic Preservation Board approval because it did exceed the allowable size. We worked with them to try and improve upon the previously approved signs, including trying to integrate some animation and some more of that character defining exuberance that we saw historically in this particular area. So to that end, the applicant is proposing to replace the sign above the entry canopy with a multifaceted cube sign, which hangs beneath the canopy on the north and west facades. On top of the existing granite cladding, they're proposing new signage that would be set atop some applied architectural fins that would span the entire width of the granite cladding. Those fins would also be animated, which again, staff was working back and forth with the applicant. We thought would really speak to that 1950s, which often did have the animated type signage. You'll see if you travel down this way, CBS recently applied and got a HPB approval for a refresh of their signage, and they have some really cute animation with the little beating heart and the mortal and pestle. So in summary, staff is supportive of the application. We were initially very concerned about these fins, even though design-wise we thought it was attractive, but they have redesigned the mechanism for which those fins are going to attach to the building, greatly minimizing any penetrations that have to be made into the granite, which is an original material. And with that, staff is recommending approval, and I am available for any questions from the board.
Can I ask you a question about the, one was about the animation. It wasn't clear to me what is animated. Do those fins kind of light up back and forth? Is that your understanding?
The fins kind of move, right? So the lighting will
moves
move
across them.
toward the center
Got
of
it.
the building.
Okay, and then and I was looking at how they were attached, trying to see, I don't know how they were attached before you had the conversation, but can you summarize like what that change was?
Yeah, so initially, each of the fins was actually, I think, bolted into the granite, so you would have multiple attachment points. The current design greatly reduces that by placing them on a frame which has a much less attachment point. So, we were happy with that, and.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm Vanessa Madrid with the law firm of Holland & Knight at 701 Brickell Avenue. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, TD Bank, and I'm joined by the applicant's representative, Nicole Thompson-Floyd. And now, good afternoon. Chair, Vice Chair, congratulations on your new appointments. So this is a property that you're probably very familiar with. It's at the southeast corner of the intersection of Lincoln Road and Washington Ave. It is a 5-story building, but we're only going to focus on the ground floor tenant space that's occupied by TD Bank. So these are some existing photographs of the corner view, the view along Lincoln Road and Washington Ave. You can see that the original building was designed in a way to allow for enough space for large signage. There used to be a Kitty Kelly shoe store back in the day with ultra-large signage on that wall. And so with this effort, we're just trying to refresh. You can see it's a little dated, our signage, also not resembling the character of the area that we're trying to embrace. So TD Bank has prepared a custom signage package just for this location, and it took inspiration from its surrounding buildings, like this Verizon store, with what I like to call toothpicks, the H&M store, the CVS store, and whatnot. The request before you today is for a certificate of appropriateness for 3 signs. I will be showing you a 4th sign only for reference. That 4th sign is subject to administrative staff review and approval, but in an effort to show you the full picture, I will be showing you that. So this is a little bit of a context map to show you what we're trying to achieve. So signs 1 and 2 are everything that's going to be wall mounted on the entrance. Well, 2 is the cube that will be hanging from the ceiling. It's actually a canopy that was part of the original structure. And the 3rd sign that you'll be seeing is the TD Bank ground floor experience sign, but it will be erected from the interior of the store, although visible from the exterior, will not be obstructing any of the pedestrian pathways. Here's a little bit of a site map of everything that we're replacing and improving. So let's focus on signs 1 and 2, which are the tube green fins that will be composed of aluminum material and will be animated, as well as the cube. So this is the daytime view of the improved signage and the nighttime view. And here's a comparison of what's there today versus what we're trying to achieve. So it's clearly an improvement. It creates some visual interest, allows for some tenant identification signage that will be, hugging the corner in a better way. Here's an animation to show you what the signage will be looking like once it's operational. It is not a digital billboard. Each tube is separate from the other and will be illuminated with a timed mechanism. And then here you can also see that the cube that's hanging underneath that entrance canopy marquee will be hanging and kind of giving the illusion that it's floating. We'll get into the details for the tube in a bit, but here's what the attachment mechanism will look like. To your question, what the initial proposal contemplated was a separation of less than an inch from each fin, requiring 3 bolts at the top, 2 bolts at the bottom, adding up to about 300 perforations, which is a lot. Although the bolts themselves are very narrow, they're 3/8 of an inch and just about 1.5 inches in depth. 300 perforations seemed unnecessary, so we did a lot of back and forth with staff. We explored innovative alternatives and came up with what we're proposing, which significantly reduces the perforations by 80%. We're now looking at only 50 perforations cumulative on both sides. So this is what the attachment mechanism looks like. And so there's going to be about 4 to 5 tube fins attached at the same time with just 2 bolts. This is the specification for the TD Bank sign that will be overlaid on top of the fence. Again, our branding is been refreshed, and so we just want to make sure that this new proposed signage is not only in line with the new branding for the bank, but also in line with the bank's established practices of creating more sustainable signage. All right, so moving on to the TD Bank monument sign that you'll see in a typical building outside the building. We're placing it on the interior of the store, but right next to our storefront window, so it's visible and creates a little bit of a pedestrian interaction without obstructing the pathway. Here's the detail for that. It will also be illuminated from the interior of the store. It will sit on a pedestal so that it's visible at the window level. And this is the fourth sign component that I said I would share with you for reference purposes only. It is also located on an interior wall that faces the storefront wall along Washington Ave. But what we're trying to do here is to create a little bit of an interest today. There's just a TV hanging on that wall looking at the street. So we're trying to balance the amount of branding signage that we're incorporating while taking advantage of the interesting location that this branch sits on. And this particular art mural is what we're calling it. Gives a little bit of Miami Beach, Art Deco, while still staying true to the TD Bank color branding palette. Here's a close-up of that art mural. It will be custom printed for this location, and if you can see it on your screens, it's where the existing wall that's shown on the image to the right bottom corner is. And then with that, I'm going to conclude, but we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you very much. So are there any questions from the board?
A statement, so to
Go
say.
for it, Ray.
Is,
you never do that.
Well, for those that might not know, years ago, they determined that the block between Washington and Collins was going to be our New York Square, or New York Times Square, with all the neons and all of that. So they're going along with that original plan of what was planned there. So if any of us are like saying, why are we doing that? It's because what was the original plan for those two blocks. That's all.
No, and the Ross Dress for Less sign was animated as well. It was very well. Any other questions? Okay, I have a question for you about the sign, about the cube that's hanging on the overhang. I don't think there has been anything hanging on that before, and I was just wondering, have you guys done any structural analysis of what that, like what's underneath there, what's going to be holding this cube up, and how much the cube weighs? Like, are there any? Is there any potential of structural damage to the building, to that overhang by putting the cube on there? Have you studied that?
Short answer is yes, we have. We even explored the possibility of maybe having the cube rotating, but that would compromise the structural longevity of the canopy. So we, deterred from that possibility. But yes, and even with the cube hanging, I do want to clarify that there's enough clearance. There's about a 15-foot clearance height, and the cube itself is about 3 feet, leaving an additional 11 feet clear.
So it sounds like it was pretty close to being too heavy. Like if it had a mechanism on it that let it move, it might be too heavy for that canopy to hold it.
Yeah, not only that, but it would require additional perforations to the canopy, creating some version of a motor to allow the rotation to occur. So we decided that wouldn't be a safe option.
And you don't have any drawings of what's inside that canopy, like what structural members you're going to be connecting to?
No, we don't have a picture of the inside to show you at this time.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Any disclosures?
I had a meeting with the client and their attorney.
I had a meeting with the applicant's attorney.
No? I received an email, but I think it went to other people, but. All right, so with that.
We
do you-
can ask the public if there are any public comments on Zoom. Please raise your hand. Anyone in the audience? Seeing none? Close the public comment.
Okay, so board discussion, board comments? No? Oh, wow. Yes,
You
you're
have
ready.
somebody to
Okay.
volunteer that answer.
We're waiting
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Elizabeth.
I'm ready for it. The cube is similar to the one that you have currently on Alton Road, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Yeah, so you mentioned that the cube will look like floating. That attachment of the cube to the canopy looks a little clunky, and the one on Alton Road, you can see that visibly. At night, I agree, when the cube itself is lit, you wouldn't see the attachment. But during the day, it's very visible. So I would suggest, and I understand that because of hurricane and the weight of the cube, you cannot be something very delicate.
Right.
But maybe if you could reduce the distance from between the top of the cube and the bottom of the canopy to make that space narrower, so you would see less of the clunkiness of that attachment. That could be an improvement if possible. And the other suggestion I was going to give you is at night when the fins get illuminated, the sign really gets a different life. And I was wondering if you could reproduce something like that at daytime. And maybe like the fins, instead of being all green, they would go from a very light green to the TD green from one end to the other at daytime. So you would see that movement of color at daytime, and at nighttime, the lights would do the same effect as they do currently.
We can look into that. Currently, we are keeping it the green per trademark. So any introduction may, have impact to what our trademarks are for our colors. We've not really explored doing different colors of that fin in that location. So we could definitely look at it, but I'd be concerned about just the actual trademark color and maintaining
Right,
that.
and I'm not suggesting introducing other colors, but just going from a faint
gradient
green,
of
the
green.
same color, the same green, it's just lighter, from lighter to the green you're looking for. So at least it doesn't look like a massive line of fins all the same color, that like the Verizon sign has different colors, and I think that adds some interest to the fins. And so that's what I was trying to achieve with suggesting
So a
with my
gradient of
suggestion.
green going toward.
Correct, yeah.
Toward the more.
That would be my suggestion.
I have one other thing. Are there uplights currently on the column that's underneath that canopy, that entry canopy, that keep it lit? No. I
No,
see.
no.
Okay.
That's the shield on top of the canopy that's existing.
Just the
shield, the box
shield
on top,
around it.
yes.
Okay. Because it looks, in the rendering at least that you provide, it looks quite dark in there. And at night, in that entry area,
Well, there are photometrics that we have to meet because it is an entranceway to our ATM, so we do ensure that that is sufficiently lit.
Oh, that's good,
For
right.
protection of our customers to gain entry into the building.
okay. All right, that was all I had. So, with that, does anybody have a motion? Or was there, did we do public hearing?
We did?
We did, yeah.
And no one
No
was-
comments, yeah, no.
cared.
I would make a motion to approve with staff recommendations for the certificate of appropriateness.
Okay, do we have a second?
Could you add the friendly amendment with my suggestions?
Sure. Let me try
Thank
to
you.
recap them correctly. And then with an amendment that the applicant work with city staff to make sure, or to attempt to explore a daytime gradient that would also show the motion similarly? Is that right?
Yeah.
And a shorter attachment to the ceiling hung cube.
Correct.
Right, and then reducing the attachment of the,
Cube to the,
what is that called?
Cube.
Cube.
The cube sign from the canopy bottom.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Carmago, that was a second with the amendments?
Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Meyer? Was that,
Is that yes? No. Yes.
okay, Mr. Breslin? Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Carmago? And Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you all.
thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along now. The next application is HPB 230599. This is 1435 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing hotel building, including modifications to the exterior and public interior spaces and a variance from the required setbacks. This is a contributing building located within the Ocean Drive Collins Avenue Historic District. It was originally constructed in 1935 as the Biarritz Hotel. In 1951, an attached front addition and porch were added to the building. So it may look a little peculiar to certain people. And that's because you have that 1935 original building and this 1950s front addition. The applicant is currently requesting some modifications in order to introduce a new restaurant use. So the proposed scope of work is generally limited to that commercial space located at the northwest portion of the ground level. Currently, it's being occupied by a liquor store. So that use will be removed and a new restaurant will be introduced in its place. This original area was originally the dining room and kitchen for the hotel. As part of the improvements, the applicant is proposing to introduce a new entry canopy. This will be located at the northwest corner of the building. Staff is very supportive of this proposed intervention as the design of the canopy has been inspired by the existing front porch canopy that was part of the 1951 addition. So it's supposed to be clad in metal, which will differentiate it from the original 1950s construction, but yet it's still being compatible with that. So additionally, the applicant has proposed to enclose the canopy with a decorative fence and gate. There are two options included in your package. We're supportive of both options, but we do prefer option B. Additionally, within the porch area, the applicant is proposing to replace some non-original porch railings. Staff recommends that the railing be consistent with option A. So we're asking for kind of a hybrid condition with the railing from option A, but the canopy from option B. With inside the building, so within the public interior along the south wall, the applicant is requesting the introduction of 3 openings. It's important to note that there originally was one existing opening that we can decipher from the microfilm plans. So we have no objection to that. We're supportive of the minor modifications for the interior to accommodate this new use. Finally, the applicant is proposing to introduce a bar area. This would be on the exterior of the building, but not visible from Collins Avenue. This is kind of in that little service courtyard that they have. Staff has no objection to that. We would also note that since this property is adjacent to a property with a residential unit, the outdoor bar portion would need to close by 8 p.m. In summary, staff is supportive of the design as proposed. There is one variance being requested, and this is to reduce by 4 feet 2 inches, the minimum required side interior setback of 5 feet, in order to introduce this permanent canopy structure. So this is not for an enclosed addition to the property. A canopy structure is allowed to encroach up to the 0 line of the sidewalk. However, the code is very prescriptive in how that canopy is designed, and it does require the use of a detachable roof-like structure, which has been interpreted to be some type of canvas or something that could be easily detached. In this instance, we have an architectural piece with a concrete roof that would not be, in our opinion, detachable or easily detachable, that's for sure. So we find that due to the architecture of the building and trying to be compatible with the design of the property with their new intervention, that creates practical difficulties. We would also note that the site is rather unique in that it jogs. Currently, there's non-conforming setbacks with regard to the building. The interior side setback along this portion of the site is actually 0. So what they're proposing with their canopy structure is actually an improvement over their existing non-conforming setback. And the lot does have several jogs along the north side, which also creates some practical difficulties. So with that, I am available for any questions you may have. If not, I see the applicant is in our chambers.
You said that the canopy that's proposed is an improvement over the existing nonconformance. Is the existing nonconformance a legal nonconformance?
Yes.
Okay.
So the existing building was constructed at a time where, you know, the setbacks were likely much different than they are today. So the existing building includes legal nonconforming setbacks to today's code.
And I had a question about the kind of mix and match that you're proposing. So there's, so there are two, A and B have two different kinds of kind of railing or screening. One is much more open, which is A, and then one is more closed and maybe more vertical, which is B. Are you saying that you'd prefer to have or staff would prefer to have the B kind of vertical railings at the canopy, so on the north side, but have the balustrade be kind of the more open, loopier version that's version A? Is that correct?
So
Okay.
B for the detailing of the canopy itself,
Right.
and A for the terrace, the porch
Got it.
railing.
Okay.
Okay, actually, I need further
Okay.
confirmation on
I
that.
know, I
Okay,
knew we
so
shouldn't have done the
at
mix and match.
At the entry where you see the Biarritz sign, that canopy there, you guys are suggesting B, the railings under B, which are more
No.
frequent?
For the existing porch area, we're recommending the railings be option A, which have kind of the swag, which would have been consistent with the historic railings. Because that's part of the original construction, we thought it'd be most appropriate to try to reference the original railings to the greatest extent possible, which we think option A does.
Right, so option A for the balustrade and
And I
option
mean,
B for
we're
the.
supportive of both options, we just prefer option B.
Yes,
We think
yes.
it's more elegant with the
be-
verticality,
This would be correct, and this would be
for the kind of canopy gate enclosure type
Right.
structure.
Okay, any more questions for Debbie? For staff? You guys okay down here? Okay, all right. I think we're good.
Okay.
So welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Diamond, architect with DAFA Design. I want to thank the board and staff for the opportunity to present this application. Again, the subject is the current Henrosa Hotel at 1435 Collins Avenue. And I'll summarize the scope of alterations here and then go through the pages in our presentation that illustrate those alterations. Overall, the intent by ownership is to modify an existing tenant space which is adjacent to the hotel lobby. It was previously a liquor store that is no longer there, and the intent is to convert this to a food and beverage establishment to enrich the hospitality experience of the hotel, and we feel for Miami Beach. So again, to summarize the alterations on the interior of the lobby, we are proposing to create an attachment there between these two between the tenant space and the lobby, some openings in the tenant wall. And again, as Debbie explained, we would be going with the decorative openings that exist in the current hotel lobby, and it appears there was a opening before when this tenant space was, I guess, a card room. And then we're also proposing 2 additional openings that would be filled with interior glazing just to provide a visual connection to the restaurant space. The next alteration is in the rear courtyard of the building, which is, there is a small existing, it's about 200 square foot storage structure. And we would like to convert that into an open bar structure for the food and beverage establishment. This would be a place where they would, in the courtyard, they'd be able to serve a breakfast, brunch, and bites during the afternoon. And then this courtyard would then is also accessed from the 14th Way alleyway. So it becomes kind of a hidden discovery spot that you can find when you're in that area looking at some of the sculpture and some of the other structures. Then the next item would be to replace the existing entry door to this tenant space for the restaurant use, and that would be matching the similar door that's to the lobby of the hotel. The next piece is then to propose a canopy addition that would aid to highlight the entrance for the food and beverage establishment from Collins Avenue. And when I go to the next page, I've got some of the historical photos. I'll explain a little bit about sort of what the current situation of that restaurant entry is. The next item is related to this front entry. We do have a tree there that doesn't have, it's got about 8 inches of soil to grow. We have had an arborist look at the tree. It's not in good condition. It's something that we're interested in removing to redo the plantings at that area to the entrance to, again, enrich that experience of the restaurant. The next item is to actually remove the name of the current Hotel Henrosa, which it was converted to in the 50s, and go back to the original name of the Biarritz Hotel, remove the non-conforming blade sign, the vertical blade sign that's on the facade, and then just do a new conforming horizontal Biarritz Hotel sign on the existing eyebrow canopy. And then the final item is back to the rear courtyard, which is to replace the existing chain link fence with a more suitable metal white fence for that new courtyard dining area. The next slide here is a little bit of a summary on the hotel itself. You can see the existing picture of the Henrosa today. And then at the top left, we have the original Biarritz Hotel from 1939. And then the next picture, top right, would be the addition that was done by the original architect in 1952 that extended the lobby entry and then added a canopy for an outdoor terrazzo sitting area that faces Collins Avenue. And as you can see on the picture from today, it's an asymmetrical addition that occurred, and it results in that this proposed entry to the tenant space for the restaurant is kind of in a dark corner, and that's sort of what fueled some of the approaches here to create a little bit more of a visible entry for that restaurant establishment. The next slides, we've got some of the microfilm resources that were available for the Barritz, and then we have a page from the 1950 lobby edition for the Henrosa, which does show, as we get into the railing design, it shows that more open design. Again, that was from 1950, so it wasn't original to the 30s structure. The next slide here is the boundary survey. Again, you can see the rear courtyard area with the existing storage structure, access from the alleyway. And then these next sheets, I'll go through a little. There are demo sheets, so probably not a whole lot of conversation there regarding those. And so I'm going to jump to a sheet in our slideshow that's called the proposed variance to talk a little bit about the variance that's being requested for the proposed canopy. And as you can see, the orange line on that plan indicates the outline of the new proposed canopy for the restaurant entrance. And you can see it does, even though it is non-conforming with the setback and hence the variance request, that it does align itself with the 1950s addition that covered the sitting area on Collins. Let's see. Next slide is just the full site plan with that variance again in the top left there of the building. The next slide, we'll go through the proposed plans. The first plan here is the proposed hardscape plan. So again, you can see the existing courtyard at the rear of the building with the small storage building that would be proposed to convert to an open bar. Once the utility connections with the construction that would be worked out in the construction drawings are installed, we would repave that rear courtyard similar to the paving that's present on the rear of the building and the alleyway to create that as a kind of a synonymous approach to that courtyard. The fence would be replaced, and then we would be adding new planters around the rear of that courtyard area, and there is a nice existing large oak tree that really kind of creates a nice shade for that courtyard. And then on the Collins Avenue, you can see we would remove the existing tree and little planting strip, and then repaving that front entryway flush with the existing planter, and then paving to match the adjacent areas. The next slide highlights the proposed alterations on the interior of the building. I think you're one couple back. Oh, right there. You can see the proposed dining layout in the tenant space with the 3 new openings into the corridor of the existing lobby. We have a new kitchen and restroom areas, and then there's an exterior door to the back courtyard, and you can see the proposed current layout of the open bar piece there for service in that courtyard. The next slide, again, just highlights it's the lower roof plan, highlighting you can see the roof of the storage structure in the rear courtyard and the roof of the proposed canopy for the restaurant entrance. The next slide we are now looking at the proposed elevations. So this is west and east Collins, and then looking at the rear courtyard. These elevations are with the, as we discussed, the gate and railing option A. Our preference would be option B, and we'll be looking at both. Next slide is the north and south elevations. On the north elevation, on the right-hand side, you see the side of the new proposed entry from Collins to the restaurant. On the south elevation, on the left-hand side, you see the new railing proposed at the existing terrazzo seating area. Next slide is a detail sheet of gate and railing option A, showing some of the details of the proposed canopy and gate layout at the new entrance. And the next slide is then a rendering from Collins of the new proposed canopy and restaurant entry. We've set this canopy a little bit higher than the existing. You can see the new added Baritz sign, and then the little indentation which is existing in that lobby addition from the 50s is a little alcove that can be used for the restaurant signage that would be lit. And then the new, you see the new planting areas at that new restaurant entry with landscape uplighting.
Can I ask you how much time you'd like to have to continue? Maybe
Probably
3
like another minute.
minutes?
Probably, well, I'll
2
try to
minutes?
do it in 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes.
The next slide is similar rendering from Collins, a little farther back. And then the next slide, we are now at railing and gate option B, so I'll click through these. North and south elevations, again, the details of the gate and railing at the entry. And then the next slide, the rendering with railing and gate option B. And then the next slide, similar, a little farther back on Collins. Then, oops, next slide is just the interior elevations of existing and proposed for the new openings from the existing lobby to the new restaurant tenant space. And the next slide is a white box rendering and then some pictures of the existing decorative openings themselves. Next slide are some details of the proposed, the modifications to the existing structure in the rear courtyard, converting that into a service, the open bar service area. And the next slide is a white box rendering of that view into that courtyard, again, that can be accessed from the 14th alleyway. Next slide is our an additional rendering. It's railing and gate option B. We propose to keep the current color scheme of the Henrosa Hotel with the new Baritz sign. The new gates and railings would be painted with a color that complements that existing color scheme. And then our proposal for the upper canopy that's being added for the restaurant entrance would be to clad that, I think I'll go to the next, that's on the next slide, to clad that in a brass material to give that entrance its own unique style that sets it apart a little bit from the hotel. And there's just a picture there showing the pavers, the new pavers matching adjacent areas. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for that thorough presentation. Any questions? Lindsay?
The entrance to the new tenants, or the entrance to the tenant space that is proposed to be a restaurant, the gate, do you contemplate the gate being closed when the restaurant is not operational? Is that the thought process behind it? I'm just curious when and if the gate's gonna be closed.
I think, yeah, when the business is closed, the concept would be to close the gate for a little bit more security.
Okay.
But I think it also, from a design standpoint, it kind of frames that as a passage, to the restaurant.
Okay.
Anything else? Ray?
Two questions. It looks like there's a space between the new canopy for the restaurant and the original eyebrow canopy. How are you going to block that off from having a nice little home for birds?
Well, I think we want to have a little, let's call it a reveal between the two canopies. I think it will be solid material to the lower canopy. So I think
So it'll just be
we're
recessed.
talking about like
Okay.
like an inch or two
Okay.
of a recess there, just
You
to
just didn't
make that
explain.
definition.
And the other question is, with a new restaurant, you're going to have grease traps. Where do you plan to have those grease traps?
So that's part of the rear courtyard is now a concrete slab. So that slab will be demolished, and then we will have to do the grease trap and the utilities which come from the alleyway. And then then we'll repave the rear courtyard to match the adjacent
Okay,
alleyway.
thank you.
Yes?
What's the material of the new canopy? It's concrete or metal?
It would be concrete and stucco, but what we're proposing, which I think was on the last slide there, was that the actual fascia of that canopy would be a brass metal that would have reveals in it to give it a little definition as a special entrance to that restaurant
And
component.
the thickness of that slab, the eyebrow, is it determined for structural reasons or aesthetic reasons? Because it's much thicker than the existing one, so I was wondering if you made it thicker because you wanted to make it heavier, or just because the structure you need to make it heavier?
I think we wanted to make it heavier, a little heavier, so it's has a little prominence, but it does align with the little curb that's above the other existing eyebrow. And then, in reality, the edge of that creates that depth of the fascia that you're seeing is actually a curb itself, and then that allows us to route the drainage to a particular pipe location in that roof.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just ask, and while other people are getting their questions together, I was wondering about the trees. It looks like you have a couple on the west side. You have a couple of fairly thin palm trees that will be taken out, and a kind of a heavier shade tree on the street front. Is there? And when I was looking at it just through the photographs, I was noticing that shade tree is kind of really close to people's balconies that are just to the north of you. And I was wondering if you had any kind of conversations with them about that, that bit of tree being removed, whether there have been any kind of conversations in that regard, or whether you had even thought about maybe moving the trees, especially since you're uprooting everything in the back, to someplace in the back where the diners are. I know you have one existing tree back there, I think.
Well, that's
but
a
maybe you
very
can
large
comment on
oak
that.
tree that's gonna be great, really sets the mood in that courtyard. In terms of the front, I see the palms could definitely be relocated.
Yeah.
And then I think I'm trying to find I thought there was a picture of the base of this little.
It's really clipped in. I saw on the photograph, there's not much space.
It's a mechanical area on that Z Ocean Hotel on that north side. It's a mechanical area.
I'm sorry, can we have you on mic?
Yeah, am I allowed to talk? Okay.
Can you introduce yourself?
Introduce yourself.
Introduce yourself.
Hi,
Linda.
I'm Linda Feinberg. I also work with DAFA Design. The north side of the northeast side of the property is the Z Ocean Hotel, and there's a ramp there with a mechanical area. So there's actually no balconies above it. It's kind of all back of house. And the tree that's existing right there that's in the photo in your package is actually pulling up the current concrete slab. So it's actually damaging the foundation So the arborist we met with said, just get rid of it.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look at page 9.
Yeah, and it's,
You can see the damage that
Yep.
that root system
It's
is
in our
causing.
report, so.
Okay. I was just asking about the trees.
I don't have the species. If it was something valuable, I would say we can consider
Okay.
using it.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. No? All right. With that, any disclosures? No? Okay.
Okay, any members of the public wishing to comment? Seeing none, Mr. Chair.
All right, then I guess, would anybody like to propose a motion? Or have have conversation, and then you would also quiet, any conversation? Ray, would you like to make a comment? No, you're good. Okay. Would you like to say something? No, you're good, all right.
Okay, so I'm thinking about the railing design options. And since you mentioned that the gates for the restaurant was serving two purposes, one was safety and the other was to mark that was a separate entrance to the restaurant. The design, I think it's the design A that has the curves. It's very open, so I think for safety purposes it may not work that well. But on the other hand, I think the other design, the design B, that's the very vertical. If you don't pay attention, you don't see the curved detail on the top, then it looks like, to me, a very plain, regular gate that has like the vertical pickets. So I agree with the staff recommendation that the curvy railing is more interesting, but maybe I would suggest you to look for a better counterpart for the gate portion of the restaurant, and not, because I think it would be a better design solution if you could make the gate portion a little bit like closer to the elements, more closer to each other to improve the safety of the gate, of the area, but not necessarily having so many verticals that detract from the Art Deco inspiration design. And my other comment would be on the color of those elements. Since you're proposing cladding the canopy on the brass finish, I would suggest that the supports of the canopy and the railing for the new seating area, they all be the same color. I think it will look more unifying than having one piece one color, the other piece of another color. Thank you.
Yes, Lindsay?
So part of the reason why I asked the question about the security and when it's going to be closed, I do agree with staff, the gate on option A as opposed to the gate on option B, one isn't as visually interesting to me, but I also understand where she's coming from, that the option B does look a lot like the pickets, and you don't necessarily see the curve. But from a security standpoint, and what I expect is purposes of keeping unhoused persons or just anybody looking to occupy that space out when it's closed, you're going to want something that a human can't fit through. And right now you've got that on option A. I'm not a designer by any means, so this is just a thought process. But the railing that staff mentioned they liked on version A, the lower railing out front, has kind of, they're half circles, but they're kind of overlapping, almost like Venn diagram circles. I'm sure there's a term for that I don't know. But maybe some more of that design element into the gate might accomplish both the safety security standpoint, add an additional design feature that's a little more appealing than the existing, and also keep us away from the pickets. So those are my thoughts.
I noticed on your presentation you put B as your preferred for both the gate and the fence and the balustrade. Do you think it would be, if we're moving towards a motion, would you be willing to have staff review this, or would it be
This
Happy
time
for-
I'm comfortable with that.
All right. I mean, it sounded like we're pretty much in consensus on this. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Yeah, so I'm willing to move for the approval of certificate of appropriateness with conditions as recommended by staff, with the modification that they work with staff on the railing and the gate, the detailing on both of those. to
And
come
this is just a certificate of appropriateness, and then we'll have another vote for the variance.
Oh, yes,
Right.
this is just certificate of appropriateness and design, so yes. So
Um,
just for certificate of
Can I
appropriateness
compliment? It's to work on the design and color.
and color.
And would that be, as a starting point, option B for the gate? Or option A?
If I understood correctly, we all prefer the curvy design. So it would be, we're starting with A and improving on the gate design of A.
Yes.
To enhance security.
To
Right.
enhance security and.
further develop the design.
And I would say, but in an attempt to keep both the gate and the railing in the same vernacular, the same
So
language.
for the railing, option A was also our recommendation. So we're gonna go with option A, but to further develop, including security considerations and color of those elements.
And then just to hammer down on the color, because I think what Elizabeth said was a little more comprehensive than that. You're essentially saying, which I totally agree with, that any of this cladding and I guess this signage should be unified and consistent. So if you guys, I guess you had introduced at one point it's the brass, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So then it would be our
That would be my suggestion.
direction
Right.
that it all be one unified material, color, and materiality, or whatever. Yep.
May I ask a technical question? The balustrade that you have at the, at the sitting area, does it need to comply with the 4-inch minimum spacing between pickets, or because it's close to the sidewalk, that's not an issue?
That's only applicable to guardrails when you've exceeded 30 inches above
Okay, that's what I
grade.
wasn't sure. Okay, thank you.
We do have a motion pending.
Do we have a second? Did we have a
I
second?
don't know.
We have a motion, but no second yet. Would anybody like to?
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay, I can call the roll. Mr. Breslin? Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Carmago? Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Oh, and now we have the
Congratulations.
now we have the variance.
Number one. Number two is
So-
for the approval of the setback variance.
Do I have a motion?
I'll move that we approve the variance to the setback as requested and recommended by staff.
Second.
Second?
Okay.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Breslin? Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Carmago? Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Now, thank you.
Okay, the next application is HPB 230601. This is 251 Washington Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a variance, so this is only a variance, to reduce the setback requirements in order to introduce a 7-foot tall fence within the required front yard. Currently, this property is a vacant lot. As noted in the background section of your report, a new building was approved by this board in July of 2022. That new building will be a school. So it's kind of a very unique project. This is going to be an urban school that will be privately run. The applicant is well into the permitting of this new building. We've been working very closely with the architects on the final details and comments issued for the building permit review. During further development, the applicant realized that they did not believe that the 5-foot tall fence, which is allowed at the front property line, would be sufficient security for this particular use, which is school-aged children will be here. It's an interesting property because most of the schools within the city, if not the vast majority of them, are located within government use zoning districts. All public schools, for example, would be in a GU zoning district. That zoning district takes into consideration this unique particular use as a school and the individual and unique security concerns of a school, and actually allows for much taller fences. This is in the RPS 3 zoning district, so there's not such an allowance. The RPS 3 also requires an exact front setback, so not a minimum setback, but an exact front setback of the building at 5 feet. So the introduction of a 7-foot tall fence within the front yard would be allowed, but that fence would be required to be set back 4 feet. Because for every 2 feet you set back the fence from the front property line, you can actually go up a foot. But that exact 5-foot setback would create a very awkward kind of 12-inch sliver where you couldn't even really stand, certainly, between the building and the fence. So staff does find that this urban school use and the particulars of the design that was approved by the board at that 5-foot setback does create practical difficulties and is recommending approval. We also noted in the report that they're also requesting in your plans the same variance for the 7-foot tall fence along the alley, along the rear of the property. They're permitted to have a 7-foot tall fence back there, so that does not need to be part of the request because that is permitted as of right. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, or we can turn it over to the applicant.
Questions? All right. Welcome.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, staff. Congratulations to the 2 new board members. Welcome. This is a great board, and I'm sure you all contribute a lot to this board. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. With me today is Carrie Press from Architectonica. As Debbie described to you all, we're here seeking a variance of the front setback to permit a fence at 7 feet along our front property line. Staff is 100% supportive of our request. Next slide. So the subject property is located on Washington Avenue between 3rd and 2nd Street. The applicant has an existing campus. You can tell it's in dotted boundaries a little bit farther south at Washington and 2nd Street. The existing campus was a true historic renovation, and the younger grades there are thriving. Next slide. This is a zoomed out site plan. The subject property has access to Collins Court, that's the alley, and between a 3-story residential building to the north and a 2-story building to the south, which this applicant has actually recently acquired. It was a hostel, and he required it probably for a future expansion of this school. Next slide. For context, here are some images of the site prior to construction starting. Next slide. So this school and this vacant lot has been the subject of multiple approvals by this board. Starting in 2019, there was a temporary structure. We went through the whole process, only to discover at the end that the building official did not like temporary structures, so we could not go forward with that project. Then we came back to you all in 2022 for a new permanent structure, 2023 for a couple of variances, and now 2024, this last development approval before we can finally embark and start constructing. Next slide. So as I noted, this is the second campus for Base Camp 305, which is the name of this private school. We wanted to quickly show you the fence of the original campus. It's high design, it doesn't feel like a wall, and provides the needed height and safety for the students. As I was driving here today from my home on Flamingo Drive, I happened to look north to Miami Beach High, and I saw they have a 7-foot fence guarding the high school students. I can only imagine that these younger students would need that as much for their security as well. So what I'd like to do now is turn it over to Carrie, and she's going to walk you through her design for this fence, and then I'll wrap up.
Sure. Hi, my name is Carrie Press from Architectonica, and we presented, as mentioned, this project to the board before. with a fence basically identical to the fence we're proposing now. Sorry, can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay, we've presented this to the board before. We were here a couple times, as was mentioned. And in coming here, we had also taken some of your comments into consideration, where we pulled back, we limited the extent of the fence along Washington Avenue. We've added, some planting. We're trying to be as inviting as we can with this fence along the street. And it's simply, and at that point, we received approval on the 5 foot. We're simply asking to extend this fence the extra 2 feet, simply to provide the extra security that we feel is needed for young students in this location. So you can see we've maintained a very porous-looking fence. We're not trying to separate or segregate the school from the neighborhood. We're trying to be as open as possible with this, but also just simply provide the needed protection. Just some renderings.
Okay, thank you, Carrie.
Sure.
So what Debbie had mentioned to you all is that there's no, well, the height limitation is far different in the GU zones and what's called the convention center zones. And there's a new overlay called the North Beach Private and Public School overlay, where a fence can be 8 feet in height. We're proposing 7 feet. I'm going to go through a series of pictures for you all, but the idea is that a fence less than 7 feet in height is easily breached. And violence can be unpredictable, come up in an instant. So this won't lead to 0 incidents, but it will certainly substantially mitigate the risk that this could happen. So Carrie, could you just advance? So that's South Point Elementary, our closest school neighbor. Next slide. This is on 11th and Alton. Next slide. Feinberg Fisher over on Washington. See the long, yep. And then Miami Beach High, what I saw this morning. That's Feinberg Fisher. Miami Beach High. Another school along Pine Tree. Next. That's another 4,000 Alton. I think that's the last example. North Beach Elementary. Yeah, on Prairie. So the consistent theme is that we do need the additional height to prevent the security risk, and the protecting the kids is the #1 priority here. So I think that we're not asking for a lot. I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Haskell, any questions? Nope. Okay. Questions? No, I was, I thought this was a very reasonable request, and it seemed like it fit remarkably well with the height of the building behind. So yeah, that was my impression. So thank you for the presentation. If there's no other board comment, do we have any public comment on this?
I see none on Zoom and no one in the audience.
Any disclosures? Please.
Is there a possibility, and I appreciate staff's recommendation, is there a possibility to recess that fence or gate back slightly and put some sort of vegetation, some sort of relief as you're walking by? There's not the 7-foot steel wall.
Sure. I think Debbie went over that, but I'll be happy. Like, for instance, we could put some type of flowering vine that would go along it, so it wouldn't seem as severe what you said. But in order to reach 7 feet in height, we would have to step it back 4 feet into the property.
No, sir, I understood that part of it. I'm not suggesting stepping it back 4 feet. I'm suggesting perhaps stepping it back a couple of feet to allow a line of vegetation in front of it, so there's some sort of relief from the sidewalk as you're walking past this wall.
It's just there's a very limited area behind that, Mr. Meyer, and in my experience, if you look like up and down Lincoln Road, for instance, the moment you provide any type of alcove, it's just the homeless people, becomes a magnet for them, and it's a recessed area off the sidewalk where they could easily sleep for the night. And I feel that that'd be creating a nuisance situation. But we're happy to put landscaping right up next to it. We're happy to put flowering vines that will thread their way through it. That's a good suggestion.
I'll leave it up to the rest of the board members to make up their minds on it, but I'm not a great fan of putting things right up to the property line, in particular large structures, but be that as it may, it's not
Yes.
my ultimate decision here.
Lindsay, did you have anything you wanted to say? No. Just to that point, I just think there's a transparency that you maintain when you don't have the vines, because usually I'm very much in support of green additions or alternatives, but yeah, I don't know. In this case, I kind of think if I walk by, it would be more like there's more chance that I'll connect somehow with the space inside. Not that I'd be inside, but just that I could at least see inside. It wouldn't be so dark either, but I don't know. Would you like to think about that as if?
I'm looking at sheet A 2.0.
Mr. Meyer, we need you on mic.
Yeah, and I was looking at A5.1 where you could see the foundation.
We need your mic on.
Right, so if you
I
look
saw
at-
A
if you
3.0,
look
but
at
I'm
the
looking at the
rendering,
plan
yeah.
view.
Right,
I'm-
but if you look at the rendering, there is space between the beginning of the fence and the end of the building where there is a planting there.
No,
If the rendering is accurate.
I saw the rendering.
Right, so you have some here,
Right.
and they are indicating
And I
that there
thought
will
that
be
should
some
continue
behind.
in the front as well. In other words, when you walk on the south side of it, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
you're forced, to look up this 7-foot wall.
Mr. Meyer, what do you think would be maybe an interesting?
As I said earlier, just
relief?
recess it back. As I said, I'm looking at A 2.0,
Uh-huh.
right? At the plan view. And I'm looking at where the 7-foot wall is in relation to the property line.
So the space
And
that
I'm
you-
asking if that could be pulled back to the east.
So the space you currently have between the fence and what's called porch in the plan, what's that space for?
The space between the porch and, I'm sorry,
And the fence?
and the fence. Basically, this is an entrance to the school where we have the porch. We've been asked to create an active space. We've got benches there, and it's a place where children can come, wait for their parents. We appreciate having the visibility so that the students and the parents can have that interaction. We do have some planting underneath the stairs, so it's not shown, it's not on the plan, but there is actually planting along the wall and underneath the stairs. So we're trying to bring that green space and keep it as natural and as light and open as possible. If we pull that fence line back, we would have some issues with our ADA clearance because we only have 5 feet between the building. And basically, there's also communication to the side alley that comes to the front and around, which is our ADA path. So unfortunately, pulling that back would eliminate our ADA path to the building.
I'm sorry, repeat, please, the last part. Unfortunately, what?
Pulling that fence line closer to the building, we would lose our ADA path around the building. There's elevators to the side of the building, they enter to the front, as the rest of the school does, and they travel around to the elevators on the side. And we don't want to we would like to keep that fence and that ADA so that we don't segregate students who aren't able to enter through there by making it too narrow.
But again, we can put landscaping directly on the property line, again, with a flowering vine, other things that would be suitable in that location as a compromise.
I think you stated something that's important. I don't know if I interpreted correctly, but you said that you wanted that interaction from the outside, parents seeing their children through the gate? Is that part of
Yes.
your design?
Yes, we wanted to keep
requirement?
that open communication.
And you think the stepping it back and providing a hedge of some sort of relief would inhibit that?
It could,
Is that what you're
yes. We
suggesting?
actually had planting along the fence at one point, and in discussion and development of the project, we had taken it out just because we wanted to maintain that openness. If it's the board's opinion that it would like to put the planting back, we could certainly go back and look at that.
Well, I didn't consider that, the concept of parents interacting with their children through the gate. And that's a valid argument. I think, you know, setting it back a couple of feet would provide that relief, but it would also inhibit people from interacting. So for that reason, I'll go along with your design.
Thank you.
Anybody else? If not, did we?
Do we still, I guess, but to Mr. Meyer's point, do we still want to perhaps put a modification on a flowering vine, let's say, that actually would give it a little bit of some vegetation to kind of, you know, I'm not saying that it would completely block it. I think I'm, you know, totally respect the view of having that transparency, being able to have a quick drop off and pick up and whatnot, but perhaps giving a little bit of landscaping just with a vine could be quite easy.
I think
If
that's a good
something you
idea.
think that would.
I think that would
Would work.
inhibit, I think that would inhibit any interaction in the long run, so, and it's a maintenance issue as well, so we would leave it as is.
Okay.
I would leave it as is.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Eventually it'll fill in.
Yeah. Okay, so did we have, we asked public comment, we had disclosures, now we're ready for we had discussion, now we're ready for a motion. Yes, Ray?
I'll move to accept the plan as submitted with the variance that staff has recommended.
We're just voting on the variance, right, so just to approve the variance. Anybody second it?
Second?
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Meyer? Mr. Meyer?
Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Carmago?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes,
Great, thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, we are looking at our final regular application, which is HPB 230602. This is 407 Lincoln Road. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for modifications to the ground level facades and public interior spaces. Most of you know this as the 407 building or the Clock building. It's a non-contributing building constructed in 1955. And it's really kind of a landmark, even though it is a non-contributing building. The applicant is proposing some relatively modest but, you know, substantial improvements, particularly along the ground level at the original, where the entrances are. So they are proposing a canopy, entry canopies, both at Lincoln Road and at Lincoln Lane North. They're also proposing to, what's desperately needed, a reorganization and a consolidation of the building services. Those, if you walk by this, which I do quite often, right across from Soundscape Park, you see a lot of infrastructure for the building. It's actually located within the right-of-way. So you've got a backflow preventer, you've got kind of a trash enclosure, and various other types of utility equipment for this particular building. The building was built property line to property line, so it has been like this since its construction. I want to thank the applicant for working with the planning department and the city's public works department, more importantly, to try and improve that, that condition. So we're excited about that. Within the lobby, the applicant is proposing some minor modifications. Again, this is limited to the ground floor. I would note that there is some artistically significant murals within that ground floor, and the applicant is proposing to retain the existing mosaic mural that is, you know, in staff's opinion, artistically significant. They're relocating it to the east wall of the lobby. So we're generally very supportive of this relatively modest application, which we think will improve the pedestrian conditions along that ground floor. They've also noted on their future intention, I will say, on that blank stucco west facade, right? And that's something that, staff has expressed, a desire to improve because it is such a large blank stucco expanse. It's highly visible from multiple vantage points. And they are planning on proposing an introduction of whether it's an art piece or just some decorative relief to that structure, but that would come back to you at a later date. So while they did note their intention on the plans, any final design of that would come back to you for review as a separate application. That's basically our recommendation. We're supportive of the project, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff?
I have a question on the mural. It's just, I just want to confirm, are we looking at A54.0? Is that the mural that was located where it's above 407 Lincoln? I just had a hard time understanding what.
Yeah, the murals there's actually several murals. There's one large one within the Bank of America space, which is not being modified. And then, yes, there's the A54.0. You see an existing mural in the lobby of the building that is proposed to be relocated.
That's one of the Cape Pancoast murals, yeah. Amazing. Okay, thank you for being here, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Warnick, Warnick & Co., 320 Miracle Mile, Coral Gables. Here with me today is Isaiah Valsin from my office, as well as Javier Barrera from Deforma Studio, the architect for the project. I think Angel Torres from Euro-American, the owner's rep, was going to be here. He is here, great. He made it, great. Debbie did a good job summarizing the project. And when I say project, we look at this as very modest, tasteful enhancements to the entryways and lobby, as really respecting the integrity of the building. There was a project that was approved by this board. Some of you may remember. I was not involved in the application, but it was not that long ago, about a year and a half. And it was much more substantial changes to the building. That was a developer that had the property under contract that did not move forward. The owners have retained the project, kind of took another look at it, and decided to come back with a more scaled back, modest approach. The property is non-contributing structure, 1955 in the Flamingo Park District. It's CD3 zoning. We know this building stands out, and has since the day it was constructed. It's kind of always been what it is at the east end of the Lincoln Road Mall. And obviously earlier today, as we sat here seeing what the Lincoln Road Mall has in store, I think this is part of just contributing to that evolution of the Lincoln Road Mall in a tasteful way. Just to summarize very quickly the limited scope of work, this includes the replacement of the canvas canopy on the north and south ground floor facades with a metal canopy with integrated lighting, replacement of the storefront system at the lobby on the north and south ground floor facades. That'll involve impact windows. Interior remodel of the ground floor lobby, but as Debbie mentioned, keeping and relocating to a more prominent wall, actually, the original mosaic tile artwork, the Pancoast artwork. Also, under separate permit, just so you know, the signature clocks at the top of the building are being restored and replaced. That's not part of this package, but it is already under a building permit application. So I think the application complies with the criteria in section 118-564, as staff finds in their report, and we are in agreement with all staff's conditions of approval. And with that, I will turn it over to Javier.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Javier Barrera. I'm the principal of the Deforma Studio, located 5555 Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. So 407 Lincoln Road was built in 1955. It's an iconic mid-century modern office building. And it's a building that's defined the skyline in Miami Beach for quite some time. The proposed design takes inspiration and pays respect to this style while still, keeping it relevant to its current urban setting today. So in the current slide, we can see the existing exterior of the building. In this slide, this is a close-up of the base of the building on all four sides, or all three sides, really. And here we can see the, some of the conditions, the current conditions of the building. So, for example, on the bottom right, we have the Lincoln Road view or facade. And there we can see how we have a large series of accordion shutters right on the entry of the building. We have a small canopy. It's a fabric canopy that calls the entrance. On the top left, we can see also the Lincoln Lane facade. It's like Debbie said, it's full of utility pipes, utility meters. There's also these ugly ventilation grills right below the glazing there. And a lot of the tiles there have also been damaged. It's hard to see in the photo, but when you get up close, you can really see it's not looking good. Here's the existing ground floor plan for the building. We have Lincoln Road at the bottom, Washington Avenue on the right, and Lincoln Lane on the north. The grayed out part here, it's that's the Bank of America. And the white space between the grayed out and the elevator banks, that's the lobby for the building. Here's the proposed ground floor plan. Most of the exterior change will happen in the back, and again, it is minor, but we will be adding some new planters to conceal some of those existing utilities and backflows and meters back there. Also, there's the garbage enclosure there, which is going to be concealed a little bit nicer. And both entrances, both the Lincoln Lane and the Lincoln Road, will have new canopies, new metal canopies. Here is the enlarged plan of the existing lobby and the proposed plan. The space layout will remain the same. None of that is changing. We are going to be replacing some materials. For example, the floors will have new terrazzo flooring with a new brass metal inlay design. The existing blue mosaic, not just in the lobby but also on the outside of the building, will be replaced. And in its place, we'll use the decorative white rectangular tile, which we have a sample. We can pass it around. We'll also be adding some wallpaper and wood accents to the lobby to bring in some warmth. And we'll see more of that in the interior elevations. This is the proposed south elevation for the building, so the Lincoln Road elevation. And here we can see the new aluminum canopy that's going to come across. We're replacing the storefront for the lobby, which is on the left-hand side, right under the 407 Lincoln. On this facade, we also want to place some planters. We only have about a foot, so I don't know if we can fit planters in a foot, but we're asking Public Works if we could have movable planters and just put them just beyond the property line, and they can be moved. The other thing we're going to do is when you walk by this building, there's existing solar film on the windows. It's all different colors. We're taking all that down. It's going to look uniform now. Here we have the north elevation, so the Lincoln Lane elevation. And this is the most critical elevation because this is the elevation where everybody that works in this building comes through from the parking garage. And it's the ugliest currently. What we want to do here is just the same way we did in the front. We want to put an aluminum canopy. We want to replace those punched ventilation grills with a continuous unified louver system that you can see right below the glazing. And we want to change the the blue mosaic tile, that's in bad shape. We want to replace that with the white rectangular tile. In addition to that, we also want to add some sort of movable planters on this side to kind of screen some of that, some of the meters and the backflows and, you know, all the stuff that you don't really want to see back here. The next elevation is the east elevation, and here, this is very minor what we're doing here. It's you can see at the bottom there's an area in white, and that's just a replacement of going from the blue mosaic to the new white tile. Here we have the west elevation for the building, and like Steve mentioned, this is a big blank wall currently. We've been discussing the placement of some type of art on this wall. And I know currently the options are maybe an art mural, something that's painted, or an LED screen where, you know, we could display different things. I think what we're trying to show here is if it was an LED screen, we could have silhouettes of things that are happening inside the office, or it could also be elevators moving up and down, or just, you know, regular graphic art that changes throughout the day. This will be done under a separate permit. It's not part of this application. Here's a proposed view from Washington Avenue. And here's a view from Lincoln Road that shows the new canopy with the integrated lighting. It shows the new storefront system that will be changing, some of the planters that we're proposing, and also the unified color of the windows. Here we have the Lincoln Lane side, again with the new canopy with integrated lighting as well. The continuous louver on the top right below the glazing, the new tile, the planters, and new storefront system as well. And now we'll go into the lobby itself. So for the lobby, we're currently looking at the interior east elevation. The changes to this elevation are fairly minor. We're maintaining all of the black granite that's already there. We are relocating the artwork to this wall, which is basically our main wall in the building. We're retaining the existing mailbox system that's already there. I think it's from the 50s. I think it's really unique. But so we're keeping all that. We will be replacing the storefront going into the bank, which is what you can see there in the middle, and also there's existing columns here that have also the blue mosaic, which will be replaced with black metal cladding. Here's the opposite elevation. So the west elevation of the lobby. At the base of the elevators, we'll be using, again, the same white tile that I've been using everywhere else, replacing the blue mosaic tile. Above the elevator doors, we have some black metal panels, and they follow the lines of the elevator doors. Breaking those up, we have a warm tone wallpaper. And throughout the lobby, we also have wood accents over the reception and also over the other entrance.
How much more time do you think you might need?
One more minute.
Okay.
Yeah. So here's a rendering of the lobby. This one's looking to the north. And we have an, oh shoot, sorry. There's the rendering looking to the north. And then we have this one looking to the south towards Lincoln Road. And there you can see the artwork being relocated to the main wall. And some of the materiality that I spoke about with the, including the flooring and the new materiality that's going in on the walls themselves. And I think that's our presentation today. We'll take any questions.
Thank you. And are there any questions? Okay, well, we'll go down the line, because I think a few of us have questions.
Okay, well, obviously, this is much less lustrous than the last project that you brought before this board. I'm assuming that you're going to empty the building out while you're doing this, since how are you going to put the terrazzo floor in and all of that while you still are trying to operate elevators to the upper floors?
We're gonna have to do it in phases. So we're gonna have to divvy up the lobby and do it in phases. But the idea is that the building will be operating while the changes are going on.
Okay.
No, Haskell, nothing, okay. This one? Okay, not yet.
I like this modern reinterpretation. Thank you for the presentation. Just a question on the canopy. What we're looking at in that kind of, I understand that there's a newly integrated, light system that's there, but is there like a little bit of transparency that I'm looking at through light, or is that those are just lights? And not natural light, I guess is my question.
No, so let me go
It's a
back.
little hard to tell from the rendering exactly what's going on.
So no, they're not. The one in the front on Lincoln Road is not. There's no transparency there. It's all lights. You might be referring to the one in the rear, this one. And this one is open. Once you pass the opening where the entrance is, the rest of it is open. So you're able to see the sky.
Like as you're walking towards Washington Avenue,
You're saying as you're going north,
as you're going east, actually. Yeah.
We're on Lincoln Lane. Okay.
Right. So as you're going east, once you pass the, where
Right,
the opening is for the entrance.
That's the natural light that you can
That's
see through
open.
here.
Yeah,
Okay, got it.
correct.
Lindsay, nothing? I was going to ask you one other question about, a couple of questions. One was about your thought process behind changing the blue tile out, which is obviously getting destroyed, but it's still kind of an interesting historic tile with the white tile.
We before making that decision, we really looked at, using another mosaic of similar color. We just thought the white, it just became a little more elegant. So we decided to go with that one. I have a sample if you want to see it.
And just let me. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just was wondering how they were thinking about it. I understand.
Okay.
The other one I was wondering about the storefronts. The storefronts seem the new storefronts seem very fine. And are they hurricane?
They will be hurricane.
So they won't have that profile that you're showing, because that was like
this is a rendering.
crazy.
Yeah,
profile.
it'll be a little beefier.
Okay.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah. No, those are beautiful. I was like, wow, you
Yeah.
gotta tell us what you found. Thank you. And can you go to one of your last slides, maybe with the elevator surrounds? It was one.
That one?
That one. This one. There's something. There's a guy in the dark suit on the right. He's standing next to a really sparkly wall. What is that? What is that material that kind of looks like
The one that-
terrazzo on the floor, but
The one that leads you into the elevator?
yeah, the one that
Sidewall.
Yeah.
the vertical surface.
So that's a terrazzo tile that's going to go up around the elevator.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
And where's the granite that you guys saved or you relocated?
No,
Where-
actually, so if you look at this rendering, everything on the left, that's existing
That's
granite.
original.
Yeah, that's there right now. So we're keeping all that. Actually, I don't think we're removing any granite. I think most of it is staying. Let me show you here. I have a couple of pictures of the existing. So basically, what we're removing or what we're replacing is the blue tile, the wood, I guess, panels, and also, we're dressing up the walls on the white walls, and we're changing the whole ceiling, basically.
And the floor.
And the floor.
Okay. Yes, Elizabeth?
What's the color of the existing fenestration, the building? It's aluminum, clear aluminum?
Sorry, the color of?
Of the mullions on the building itself, up in the upper floors?
The buildings are, the mullions are actually stainless steel.
Okay, so, and then the new storefront that you're putting on the ground floor
Mhm.
would be matching that material?
The storefront will match the existing, correct. Yeah.
And, okay, so my other question is regarding the white tile.
Mhm.
Did you consider how difficult it would be maintaining it white in the outside, given that it doesn't have an even surface and the finish is kind of matte? It's like a little rough?
Yeah, I mean, it's totally fine to clean it, pressure wash it. It's a ceramic tile.
Right.
It'll come off.
Okay, it just will require maintenance. That was my point. Yeah, I'm sure it will
Yeah.
come out, yes, but that will require frequent maintenance.
Yeah, I mean,
efforts.
we also looked at the glazed option, which I know gets a little bit less dirty, but it has a sheen to it
Mhm.
that I think takes away from, the building.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing no further questions or comments, any disclosures?
No.
Public comment?
Anyone from the public? Seeing none?
All right, then it's, so board discussion or motion or thoughts?
I mean, I didn't have any questions, so I'll just make a few comments. I really love the inlay of the brass. I'm calling it a starburst. I don't know if that's accurate, on the lobby floor in the terrazzo. And I like how that brass inlay kind of refers to the Pancoast art that you guys are relocating. And I think the aluminum canopy, at least from the rendering, so I hope, in actuality, it really elevates the entrances. So I appreciate what you guys have done here, and thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say I love this building. Having gone out in Miami Beach many times when I was younger, it was always important to see the clock tower to see what time it was. As I was thinking about that this morning, I couldn't quite realize why. Perhaps I wasn't wearing a watch at the time, and I know I had a cell phone, but we didn't look at them in the same way. So we always looked at that building as kind of like a beacon. So I think it is a really important structure that you're preserving quite well. I really like the canopies, and that's why I really wanted to kind of get as much, because in these renderings you don't quite know exactly what it's going to look like, but at least I like the way that both the natural light is coming through on the Lincoln Lane side, and then also the the new integrated lights, and then the terrazzo, as Lindsay said, the terrazzo inlays are gorgeous too. It's just like a really nice modern reinterpretation without it, with it feeling very relevant to today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I was just going to say, I love this building. I will miss the blue, which I always thought was kind of bizarre and interesting and kind of so 1955, but there's a lot of blue in the glazing as you look up. For some reason, the way it reflects the sky always has a blue tint to it. But no, I think it's you've really done a great job. I do agree that tile is I was just feeling how rough it is. It's a rough choice for the outside, but I guess it'll be something for your maintenance team to explore moving forward. So anyway, thank you very much. Do I have a motion? Do we have a motion? Anybody?
I will move to approve the certificate of appropriateness with the conditions as set forth in the proposed order, rather.
I'll second it.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Meyer? Ms. Camargo?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Okay, so we have two remaining discussion items. Both of these were placed on by staff. Unfortunately, your printed agenda does not have the last agenda. This was posted online for members of the public. It was a late addition. So we have the vacant and abandoned buildings, which is the list that Jake handed out earlier today. And the newly added discussion item is regarding the possibility of creating a consent agenda. So let's start with the vacant and abandoned buildings list. So this is just simply a property list. We did make some notations on some of the properties because I think it's helpful that for projects that have been approved by this board that are in the permitting process. This list we received in part from the building department that is monitoring a lot of these buildings for issues. But yes, the Traymore Hotel. I know they have active building permits, so we could note that. But yeah, that is unoccupied.
I'm a little worried because right now with what's going through Tallahassee really means that this building could possibly be torn down.
This building is
'Cause it's
located
not
within
in-
the
it's
Collins
north of
Waterfront
23rd
Historic
Street.
District, correct. Yes, it's an oceanfront property in the Collins Waterfront Historic District. But I didn't want to talk necessarily specifically about any of these properties unless the property owner has been notified. That's kind of our new policy going forward, that if the board wants to specifically hone in on one, that we do have to notify the property owner. But we wanted to let you know that these properties are being monitored. Some of them do have unsafe structures violations. Again, a lot of these would not be impacted by the state legislation. The majority of these would not be impacted by the state legislation. But it's just for informational purposes. I think the city as a whole, not only the planning department, but also the building department and the city's code compliance department are monitoring all of the vacant properties. Number one, so that they don't turn into a neighborhood nuisance or a possible issue with crime, life and safety. But also knowing that these buildings that are identified are contributing buildings. So regardless of the state legislation, this board would be involved with future redevelopment of any of these properties.
So in a way, you're saying that if the legislation were to pass in its current form, this is essentially the entirety of our involvement?
I wouldn't say that this is a comprehensive list. I'm sure on a daily basis, there are buildings that are added to this list or taken off of this list. It's just something that probably about 4 years ago, we went through a similar discussion item with the board and provided the list of properties that we're monitoring to a certain extent. The building department and code compliance in particular are charged with enforcing certain property standards and building standards. So, the list is quite extensive. There are 37 properties. However, several of these properties are in the permitting process. It's a bit tricky. When you have an active building permit, you're not going to get an unsafe structures violation, for example. So it's kind of a matrix of these properties that the city is aware of and to a certain extent concerned about, some more so than others. But, there is a process if any of these buildings are ordered demolished. There's a process that any property owner would need to comply with. in front of this board, which would be an after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness for demolition. For those of you who aren't familiar with that after-the-fact process, when there is a lawful order of the Miami-Dade County Unsafe Structures Board or the city's building official that a property is at risk for public life and safety, that building will be demolished. Abandoned buildings get a little tricky, but there has been instances in the past where the city can lien the property and actually demolish it ourselves should we find, or should the building official find, that it poses an imminent risk to the public. If this property is within a historic district, that triggers an after-the-fact review by this board. So the building is gone. However, that doesn't preclude the requirement for an approval of that demolition. It's just after it is gone. We do have provisions in the code which allow this board to consider, there's actually a presumption that the board would consider reconstruction of the previously existing building. We have criteria for when that is appropriate and when that is not. There's a second presumption that any new building should not exceed the square footage and the height of the previously existing building. These provisions are typically seen as a deterrent for people to intentionally neglect their property, which causes all sorts of problems for the city, this board, but most importantly, the neighbors, right? The people who live next to these buildings, that someone leaves in a derelict state for years until it gets to the point where it has to be ordered demolished. So we're trying to prevent that. We do have provisions that could be imposed by this board for any new development on the site. For the state legislation, for the oceanfront properties that we discussed earlier, those provisions would not apply. And part of our concern with that state legislation is it actually may encourage property owners to create these significant nuisances for neighbors. I know, and I've spoken with Mickey Marrero is here. He represents the current owners of, let's see, this is Michigan, 1810 and 1818 Michigan Avenue. These are the properties, and so we can kind of briefly talk about that because the owners have been notified. These are the properties that are on the canal, the ones that are so visible from Dade Boulevard, that have kind of crumbling seawalls. I know Mr. Marrero has been in conversations with the city's building official. Staff has been out to the site as well. These buildings are in dire conditions. And Mr. Marrero, do you want to give the board an update?
Yeah, and good afternoon. Mickey Marrero. Thank you, Debbie. And we're here, my partner Michael Larkin and I represent essentially what's known as the Ivor Rose Estate, which are several properties along the Collins Canal. You see it when you drive here every time. It's several buildings, and who we represent now are basically the trustees. Mr. Rose and his wife Rita, over the last couple of years, have passed away. They, unfortunately, while they were in their latter years, really for the last over a decade, did allow the properties to deteriorate significantly. The trustees are now under control. This is not a situation where you have, we always hear these stories of a developer coming in, trying to demo everything and build something, that happens. This is not what's happening here. We've been in touch with Debbie from day one. We've had structural engineers go out there. We've had Jennifer McConney was hired. She may be available by Zoom. She was certainly earlier, but she might be tied up now. She's been retained to work with the city to get this resolved. We've hired structural engineers. We've hired a seawall contractor, Ocean Consulting, which is also critical because the seawall is really tied to the structures. We were there. I've been to the site a couple times. The water from the canal has gotten into the foundation of the buildings. These are like, you breathe too hard, some things might fall. It's really bad. So although that hasn't happened yet, we anticipate that there will be an emergency demolition order issued. That's inevitable at this point. The city's very concerned about the seawall and it potentially collapsing and causing, an environmental disaster in that canal. We want, obviously, to avoid that. The contractor for the seawall, 4 or 5 people have gone out and they've turned the job down. We did find Ocean Consulting willing to take it on, but they've said, look, we can't fix this seawall with those buildings there. It's just virtually impossible. And if we tried, it would take 3 times as long, and the buildings would almost for sure fail anyway. But we understand the importance of at least the northern structure, and we've been speaking to Debbie, and the owners, the trustees are comfortable with, they understand the city's procedures, they understand the reconstruction presumption, and we're willing to go forward in that direction. In fact, if in fact an emergency demolition order is issued, we will absolutely submit within the 15 days as required by the code an application to you all for an after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness, and we hope to concurrently submit or shortly thereafter plans for the reconstruction of that significant structure. There's 2 other buildings there that really have no architectural, I'm not an expert, of course, but not a great architectural value. We are going to redesign those to the same scale that are there, so it will be very appropriate. But the one building that really stands out with architectural value is that northernmost building that had elements of like Venice and the canal. That we're going to reconstruct, and Jennifer has obtained postcards, photos. She's going to do measurements to do as good of a job as possible reconstructing that. Understand the limitations that we're rebuilding a seawall at a much different height than when it was originally built because of the resiliency and sustainability criteria and changes in conditions. But because of this item was on the agenda, and speaking to Debbie, it seemed like a good idea for at least us to let you know what was going on. Next time we see you on this property, it will be probably for an after-the-fact COA, but it's in a different condition, different posture than when we see these things sometimes, because we're working to try and get this done as responsibly as possible.
Through the chair? Okay.
Yeah, I had a question too, but go ahead.
So, and I'm whispering over here trying to find out. So, I mean, am I to understand that you guys are moving forward trying to resolve the issues and come before us? It's just that it may end up being an after the fact, or it definitely will be an after the fact.
Based on what I know, it's definitely going to be. I mean, I'm happy to take you all on a site visit. We can do it at some point if you want. I've been there a couple times. There's no saving these structures in their current condition.
So Debbie, this just kind of brought a question to mind about what do we do with this list? Because I'm sure behind each one of these buildings, there's a story, kind of a thing. But when we get these lists and when we hear, what's actually behind some of them, what do you recommend? Do you recommend that we just look at those, those properties that we might know of and then kind of talk to you offline about it?
I mean, this is for informational purposes.
Right.
For the board members, for sure, you have a vested interest. You are members of the city's Historic Preservation Board. Also for the public, I think it's important. And, just to know that we're monitoring the situations to the extent that we're able to. If you have a question on a specific property, then you're more than welcome to reach out to me. If you would like a specific property to be the subject of a discussion item, you can let me know that. The board can let me know that, and then we can notice the property owner, invite them to attend the discussion item, and move forward in that manner.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. It's a little bit of gloom and doom. But, I've been with the city for a very long time. These situations which are unpleasant for many stakeholders in the community, they do, we have lost buildings. That's hasn't changed, right, since 18 years ago when I started working here. From this to this point, I will say that it's very rare that happens. Most property owners, or in Mickey's case, it may be a dollar short and day late for the new owner or the trustee group, but most new buyers also understand the repercussions of what could happen as an after the fact and do work with the city. The planning department also has a very good relationship with the city's building official and the entire building department. And so it's not something that anyone in the city takes lightly. It happens rarely, but it does happen. And, we just wanted to advise the board for informational purposes, and we're happy to discuss in more detail if the board see fits. I do see, Mr. Chair, we do have Johan Moore with his hand raised. Do you mind if we hear
No,
from
not at all.
Johan? He's in Flamingo Park. Several of these properties on the list are located in Flamingo Park. Johan, would you like to comment?
Oh, thank you very much, Debbie. Yes, and good afternoon. This is in fact why I've been on the meeting. Fascinating, though it has been all day long. I'm wondering if there are any other three property concentrations of empty, abandoned, seeming neglected buildings in the city. There may be, and I certainly don't know that I can add anything to your overall understanding of what is a very thorny issue, but I'm wondering, in light of Debbie's seeming recommendation almost, a suggestion, if you might put the subject of 74555 and 61 Jefferson and their very neglectful and legally compromised in other respects owners on your agenda. The neighborhood certainly has a few concerns about that property. I won't belabor its history of, according to a previous tenant, 30 plus years of mismanagement, let alone the drug, gun, and trafficked women dealing that went through there. But we are wondering if, in fact, this body may be able to exercise some oversight, possibly move the subject along, whatever exactly the subject is. The community, I think, has concerns about warehousing of buildings. It's not illegal, but it most certainly offends the sensibility of historic preservationists, advocates of affordable housing. And it constitutes blight. 3 buildings together really blights our neighborhood. So that would be my request to you, a request that came to me just today, which is not directly before you, but that possibly you consider on your own as you address these properties, requiring that the fencing maybe including the current, I believe, enhanced height that's being passed, be appropriate to historic buildings and not be an unattractive fencing. Obviously, on some level, that's the least of it. But I want to argue for the dissuasive value of imposing some of these requirements on warehoused buildings, on shuttered buildings. I think I'll leave it at that, and thank you very much for addressing this subject.
Okay, thank you, Johan.
So if we were going to kind of move forward with any of these buildings, should we kind of contact you over the next week or so to see if we can get them on a future agenda, or should we discuss it now, or like any thoughts?
We could discuss it now. You could we could discuss it at the March meeting. Look at the list, bring it, discuss it at the March meeting. But then to really get into any specific details of a property, I would need to reach out to the property owners and advise them of the discussion.
Right.
So if I might make a suggestion, just because, I'm looking at this list, and some of the addresses I recognize, some of them I don't. I would need to go through them one by one personally. But I think it might behoove us to have this conversation again, where we can have the conversation
right.
Amongst ourselves. And then if we need to bring anything before the board, to notify the owners, we can take that next step, unless someone knows of one that you want to bring before the board already, or today, or between now and the next time. From a notification standpoint.
Like Johan mentioned, those 3. I was looking and just looked at them online, and they didn't look vacant online, so I'd have to go by to see them and things like that. So check it out. Okay.
Okay, so we'll bring this back in March. Very good. Okay, and the last discussion item that I know the board members were not prepared for is the result of a study that the city had several years ago with an outside consultant looking at ideas to streamline the application process for our land use boards. So no one's picking on the Historic Preservation Board here. We have 4 land use boards in the city, and we had a consultant that was looking at trying to streamline things. One of the recommendations was similar to the city commission to introduce a consent agenda, which would be smaller applications. We'd have to define criteria for that. Applications that the applicant was not objecting to a staff recommendation and that no members of the public were objecting to place on an agenda as a consent, which would not require a presentation by an applicant. It wouldn't require any discussion from the board. Now, at the beginning of the meeting, any board member could remove an item from consent and request a full presentation. So it would just need, a single member to say, I would like to hear a presentation on this. There are some challenges. We're not the city commission, and our quasi-judicial public hearing rules are much different from some of the items the city commission reviews. But I was asked to place this on the agenda today to get the board's feeling. If you think that would result in inefficiency or not. I have my own kind of thoughts about that, but yes, Ray.
Aren't there a lot of minor applications that come to you that don't come to us to start with? Somebody comes in and wants to just put in hurricane windows, and you turn around and say, oh, okay, but you can't do them in white, you have to do them in aluminum color or whatever.
Correct.
And they say, okay, and it gets done, it doesn't come to us.
Correct. I mean, I would say.
So isn't it the same sort of thing as consent?
Well,
Sort of?
If I may?
Jump in,
Yeah, so I mean, I was gonna say maybe the same thing, but I'm not sure, possibly different, is that there are so many things that can be approved at the administrative level that only those things that must come before us, so therefore I don't know that a consent agenda is a good way for us to go. That's my position. And also from a quasi-judicial standpoint, I mean, as an attorney, I want to be able to build my record and on either side, whether I'm for or against a position. And most of our applications are not that contentious, but some are. And, I can't have, I saw Ray and John Saturday. We spent several hours together, but we can't talk about anything that's here, so we can't have those conversations outside the sunshine. And I prefer to be able to come and, get Ray's experience and, having lived here forever, and John is an architect, and, and I don't know my 2 colleagues well yet, but my point is having the benefit of that information and that conversation we can have here. I think moving it to consent agenda deteriorates that.
Yeah, and it's nice when there is a slam dunk application, which we have, but it's nice to have a positive presentation for people, right? Because sometimes these, hearings get a bad rap amongst members of the public. And sometimes we have these really simple applications, but are exceptional. And it's nice to give people the opportunity to kind of present that on the record.
And the one other thing that I will say, as probably most of you are familiar with, I know Debbie and Nick are familiar with, we now have this process by which even administrative applications are required to have postings and notice so that the public knows that something's going on, right? Separate and apart from those that have to have what I would call the red sign, the notification of the Historic Preservation Board meetings. And I think that's important to have the public forum for these types of things. Because I don't know, I'm worried that it takes away the ability for the public to interact in the way that I would hope we are at least giving them the opportunity to do so by having this.
No, I was just going to add, I totally agree that we have an educational role. It's not just educating the public. It's also kind of helping the commissioners understand what we're thinking and why we're thinking what we are. And so I think it's that are even on very simple and easy, projects, we have a role to play as educators about the importance of the past and how we think it can be moved forward.
Very much agreed.
A prime example of that is the fire station. There are a lot of commissioners who have no idea what's going on. All of a sudden, 20 months after we approve it, they're saying, oh, no, let's put the brakes on that and start all over again. we can turn around and talk to them about what we actually looked at, what parts of that building were saved or replicated. It makes it seem like we're just gonna roll it down and start all over and not consider anything. And that's very unfair. That is very unfair. We did our job, and we now have to educate the new commissioners on what went through and all of that, and that's why we're here. That's what our job is. So thank you, John, for bringing that forward.
Okay,
So
so
maybe-
consensus feels that it's probably not the board's recommendation that the city explore this
I haven't,
further.
I was been thinking for the last 7 years, with the 7 years that I've been on this board, I have not come across one example that would have just been consent. I don't think those kind of things come before our board.
Okay,
As
that
an
makes
example, the
sense.
fence today could have been one that wouldn't necessarily have had to, for base 305.
For the school.
I mean, you could have simply said, oh, yes, that's typical, all schools have that, and we're good. Yeah, but
But it was a
not very
variance.
often.
It was
I
a
mean,
variance.
so,
it had to-
so I'll use as an example another one that came before us today. You know, I heard the TD Bank presentation in advance just because I had that meeting. And I was of the opinion, okay, you know, it sounds pretty good. I'm going to see the presentation, see how it goes. But I was kind of already there. And if I would have brought that before the consent agenda, we never would have gotten the feedback that that was provided today about adjusting the hang from the sign. And so to me, I think that's the collaborative effort that we get out of this process, I think is very beneficial, in addition to the educational.
Okay, so by acclamation, you do not recommend the city explore that further? No. Okay, very good. That is all I have for today. I hope you all have a very happy Valentine's Day
Thank you.
tomorrow.
Yes.
And
Valentine's Day.
that's it. I'll
Thank
see
you.
you
Thank you,
in
Debbie.
March. Okay, meeting adjourned.